Hello, everybody. This is Casey here to do spiritual talk for tonight. So, we're going to pull some cards for the next week for the collective. What's wrong, Tinky? Now that I started, she's going to come over here. Oh, you heard that, huh? You okay? You lay down. Come on, lay down. Let me turn it the other way. Here, lay this way. Come on, lay down. Okay. Okay, so the reading for the next week. Okay, so don't let me forget anybody that's doing the shields, we need to work on shields tonight, or we need to talk about shields. So if anybody's here, show one person, say hi. Okay, so for the next week, I show the Queen of Pentacles. This is someone that is very safe, secure, stable, knows who they want, knows how to manifest what they want. Very much in touch with the beauty and the thankfulness. Okay. And hold on, I gotta answer this now. Oh heavens. Yeah. So it's somebody very stable, secure. Somebody that just has their stuff together. Okay. And I have the Hierophant. They have taken a lot of time to go within and know themselves, because I have the Hierophant. The Hierophant could be, go finding your own spiritual authority, finding a teacher, going in and knowing thyself. But at the same time, but I think you've gotten to this point because you were at the point where should I, shouldn't I? I think at this point in time, we're all looking at a leap of faith for everything that's going on. Hey, Jenna. Hey, Jano. So, Queen of Pentacles, knowing who you are, stable, secure, focusing on the gratitude, focusing on the beauty in life. Thank you, Warrior Girl, for coming in. Thank you for coming to say hi. And the Hierophant, like I said, it could be a new teacher. You're learning new things. This almost sounds like my story the last 3 weeks. There's so many new things coming in right now, not just for me, for everybody. It's just amazing the shifts and changes that a lot of people are going through at this point in time. But again, it's thrown us into a state of confusion. Should I, shouldn't I, shouldn't I, being stuck in your head, being an air sign. Somebody that's an air sign will understand this card, because you always overthink things and you always see the positive side, you always see the negative side, and you bounce it back and forth, okay? And then we have the Tower. The Tower is something shocking, something unexpected, okay? Now, for me, this card represents we have asked the universe for something. And this is where the statement comes in that says, make sure what you ask for is what you want. Because if you ask for something half-heartedly, the universe is not going to know that it was half-heartedly. It says, okay, this is what they want. So it will rearrange everything in order to bring you what you ask for. So make sure that you know what you want, okay? but it's trying to rearrange everything in your life in order to bring in what you asked for. And then the Hangman, you're waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting, but you need to look at it from a different perspective. What else is possible here? Ask the universe questions. Ask the questions and follow the energy. Okay? But I have the Five of Swords. Because of that, I'm going to pull another card. Okay. The Five of Swords to me is almost like a narcissist card. This is a person that needs to win at all costs. They have to put other people down in order to feel good about themselves. It could also be somebody. It could be you being hard on yourself. Okay, and that's one of the first things that we need to clear. Okay, let me pull another card. Another 2 cards for that. Okay, and it may have something to do from the past. It may have something to do with there's an awakening that's needed. Okay. Whatever you thought was over and done with is not over and done with. There's still a little more work that needs to be done. Okay. But it's just pay attention. Pay attention. Pay attention to your thoughts. Write them down. Keep track of them. This is one of the why I teach you guys the bubble technique is to go in and clear those negative thoughts. Once we get past those negative thoughts and that programming, then we can find out who we are. The Hierophant. But I have the King of Wands. You're also going in, as you clear away this stuff, all the stuff that's come up from the past, whatever. As you clear away all the stuff, you're moving into a more mature you of knowing who you are and what you want, what makes you happy, what you're passionate about, okay? But I kind of look at this and it's kind of like know thyself. But there's definitely some growth, some wishy-washy energy here, but the universe is trying to rearrange everything in order to help everybody, okay? Does that make sense? How's everybody doing tonight? Oh, maybe she wants out. Hold on, let me let the dog out. You want out? Is that why you want to lay down? Come on. Are any of you working on the shields? I have got so many gifts in the last 3 weeks. It is just crazy. Absolutely crazy. And if anybody heard my readings today and last night from Bray, that's just a sample of what I've been hearing the last 3 weeks. Hurry, Tinky Bell. No, let me let her out there for a minute. My dog has good timing. How is everybody? There she is. Did everybody drop off? Oh, I don't know what you're doing, Tink. What's going on, little girl? Are you here, Jenna? Are you here, Jano? I show 4 people here. Speak. Speak or forever hold your peace. How's everybody doing? Oh my goodness. Jenna, how are you and the baby doing? Is my StreamYard not working? Can somebody give me a hand up that somebody's even here? So I was talking to somebody last night and offered to show her the healing technique that we do on here. And she got extremely upset with me because I told her pancreatitis is rejection. And she says, no, it's a family thing. My mother had it too. So it's a family pattern. So I told her I would help her. I told one of the other girls I would help her go in and look at what she's stressing over. And this gal got a little bit upset. So I backed off. And I feel bad because it was on Dean's channel. Dean, if you're listening, I'm sorry. Okay, I guess nobody wants to be here tonight. So I'm okay. What else did I have down we were going to talk about? Oh, 7 questions for the new year. Let's do that. Let me find it. Let me find it. Or did I close it? Well, maybe I closed it. Hold on. Boy, I'm real organized tonight, aren't I? I left it up for a reason. Herbal Healing, Shungite, Tarot. Well, I guess we're not going to do that, huh? Hi, hon. How are you? Javi, how are you? Let me look at. I don't know how to do this. This computer's so different. So we do spiritual talk, Pavi, on Friday nights. We try to support each other and help each other in our spiritual growth and path. So if you have any questions about anything, ask. If I don't know, then maybe somebody's going to come on that does know, okay? Can't believe that I closed that. And I can't remember who it was by. I think everybody that came in dropped off. If you want to go back to the first of the reading, I did a reading for everybody for the next week. Okay. And we are doing something called Spiritual Shields. We were going to talk to the people that are doing that tonight. What happens is you make a year's intention to receive gifts from the universe on the new moon every month. And then you're going to, at the end of the year, you're going to put them on a shield. Okay? So every month around the new moon, the universe will give you a gift. And you will put either a representation or something of that gift on your shield. This is a reverse vision board. This is learning how to receive. Learning how to receive. Huge lesson. You get all kinds of, you realize the gifts in your life and what you can do and not do. And where is that? 7? Seven questions. Here. See if I can pull it up. There's a different one. Okay, so what is the most important decision that I need to make this year? Okay. So first question. What's one thing you could do this year to, that's not what I want. Okay. I'm just not organized tonight, guys. I'm sorry. What are my goals? What is this? What the heck is going on? It won't let me. That is crazy. I must not be supposed to talk about that tonight. Jenna, did you make a commitment to doing the shield hunt? What are my goals and what do I want in the new year? But I know one of the questions on the first question on the other one was, what do you hope for this coming year that is different from other years? Does anybody have any input for that? So what kind of week has everybody had? This is the home Scarlet Clothes. Does anybody use Bach flower remedies? I know I saved it, but where? Oh. So Jano, What can you do to build more confidence? And don't forget, hon, you have to start with yourself first. If you're going to help anybody, help yourself first. And I know that you've been doing a lot of work on yourself. We all have. And I know you've made great leaps and bounds, huge leaps and bounds. Because when I see that statement, it makes me think in the what is the other cards that are not the tarot? Lenormand. In the Lenormand, you run against the mountain, and the mountain is immovable. Immovable. Can't talk tonight either. Yeah. And you have moved that mountain. Yes. Yeah. So did you make a commitment to work on the shields too, hon? We could always start some of them next month. Hey Patty, how are you? It's a 12-month commitment. It's asking the universe to receive a gift every new moon to put on a shield. It's lessons in learning to receive. I have been blown. You heard Bray today. You heard Bray last night. That's just a sample of the kind of readings I have been getting the last 2 weeks. You can't tell me that's not my new moon gift. How do you put that spiritual growth, that acknowledgement on a shield? How you been, Patty? We haven't seen you for a while, hon. So, Patty, what do you hope for this coming year that is different from other years? Ah, that's why I couldn't find it. I printed it. Yay! Where's question number 1? What do you hope for this coming year that is different from other years? Ah. Yes, I had a dream about you, and it's like, in what ways can I support you, hon? In what ways can I help you? You are going through so much growth right now, and me too. Me too. Okay, so what it says here, this is from Carolyn Mice, that's why. This is a very thought-provoking question, as it required that we consider, first of all, if we were harboring something deep within us that we were hoping for, either consciously or unconsciously. Were we hoping for a change in our lifestyle or a new friendship, or in one case for a divorce to happen? Before we even opened up that discussion, however, we talked about the nature of hope itself. What is hope? And what does it mean to invest hope into something or decide that something is hopeless? Does it matter, for example, to hold it in your heart or mind, the value decision that a situation in your life is hopeless? Why is this popping up? More stability, yeah. So, do you ever use the bubble technique, Patty? Okay. But one friend said in a type of sad voice that she realized she felt hopeless about her ability to feel positive about new possibilities in her life. Given her age, she is now 67. We laughed and said that 67 is the new 47. But still, we could feel her sense of hopelessness. spill into the psychic field as she released her feelings now that we were speaking about the unspeakable. Aging in a society that is age phobic. What should she invest in? She wondered. What should she invest hope in? Should she open herself to thinking that she could actually meet someone and fall in love again? Should she dare even open the door? Should she ignite hope in her heart that she could emerge from her well known pattern of seclusion and find a community of friends? Is this written specifically for me or what? Naturally, we encouraged her, for what is the grace of hope about if not for igniting cosmic sized dreams to lift off? And as one among us so dryly pointed out, hopelessness is not a viable alternative. One among us was hoping to move forward with a divorce. She had danced around her plans for divorce for years. Again, our dry-witted member reminded her that hoping for a divorce rarely got anyone to court. She had to help hope along with the commitment to action. That's kind of what the Tower card represents to me. You're asking for it, you're wanting to do it, but you've got to commit to the action because the universe hears what you're saying, but actions speak louder than words. So it's going to shift things around in order to bring things in line for what you asked for. But you've got to work for it too, you know. Then she added that she was hoping that this dear friend would follow through with this divorce, which, by the way, she has. Hope is a powerful grace, a potent force that keeps us going through changes that we just don't think we can endure, but we do. Hopelessness, on the other hand, is devastating. I think we all need to reflect on whether we have unconsciously committed parts of our dreams to the category of hopeless. And if so, let me encourage you to review that category in your heart to make certain you really want to think about that part of your life as hopeless forever. Yeah. Question 2. How do you want to improve your life this year? I ask for spiritual growth. I ask for clarity. I am definitely doing that. It's just been this whole month has just been absolutely crazy. Improvements in our lives do not happen on their own. It's a funny thing about us humans, but we frame the dynamics of life in such a way as to imagine that change in whatever form somehow gets delivered to our door. This is why I tell you, ask for this or something better. That is, we don't realize how much we have to be the initiators in the positive change we want to see come into our lives. I, for one, sometimes picture myself with one of those toned bodies that walks out of the gym after a 2-hour workout. I'm just visualizing me walking around without oxygen again. I got to that point in December. We need to get back to it. But then that's how Jesus healed. Jesus would see you as a whole person. He didn't see you as sick. He didn't see you as ill. You're a whole person. And this is one of the things I was talking about on Evolve is you are already whole and complete. But we're taught that we're broken, that we have all these cracks, that we're not worthy and all this stuff. And that's not true. We're made in the image of God. We should be able to manifest everything that the universe manifested. Okay. Okay, so there's the gym I belong to, of course, but do I actually go? That would take time, right? So while I would like to improve my body, and who wouldn't want to improve their body? Once again, what am I willing to do to get it? My dog must not be feeling good. Question 2, how do you want to improve your life this year? So how do you guys want to improve your life this year? Hey, DJ. Got a couple questions for you to ponder, DJ. What do you hope for this coming year that is different from other years? How do you want to improve your life this year? Here you go, Jay. No, this is for you. What or how do you want to contribute to your community to make it a better place? Think about that. You have no idea, Jay. No, you have no idea. I was such an introvert, but it just irritated the heck out of me as a Libra because there was such an imbalance. People are learning all this spiritual stuff. Nobody's teaching them grounding and protection. They don't know what they're bringing in. The unfairness, the justice. So I came in and started doing readings and talking to people about different things in their lives and how to shift and change some things. And then some people would come back at the end and say, can we do some spiritual talk? That's how spiritual talk started. People were coming back in at the end of all the readings and saying, we have questions. That was a huge effort. That was a huge coming out of my comfort zone. And it's been 7 years now. I'm still an introvert when I'm off of here. If I go in a group of people or something, I'm still really, really quiet and stuff. But get me on here talking about spirituality. You can't shut me up. Okay, so let me put it this way. You asked the divine for something. Okay? The divine is not going to hand it to you on a silver plate. You're going to have to make the effort also. I told my kids this the whole time they were growing up. If you want something, ask for it, but you're going to have to work toward it also. That's showing the universe that it's something that you really, really want. The universe will support you in that, but you may have to make the effort also. Does that make sense, huh? This is why I say ask for what you want, not something that just flits across your mind. But then the universe will pick up whatever flits across your mind and take that as gospel, you know? So guys, answer your question for me. What do you want to contribute to your community to make it a better place? I strive to do that through my channel. I strive to encourage everybody, excuse me, to get out there and use your gifts, talents, and abilities. This is a no judgment zone. We're going to support you through everything that you want to do. We'll have your back. The thing is, there's so many people in tarot that just cut each other down. Nobody's any better than anybody else. We're all directly from the divine. But what gifts, talents, and abilities do we allow ourselves to have? That comes down to the programming. Okay? That's one of the reasons I taught you the bubble technique. There's other techniques that work too. Find whatever works for you and use it. That's the thing. I'm trying to empower you to know that you have the ability to make choices and decisions. Where our society tries to tell us, no, you have to conform or you don't fit in. Anything that is different is wrong. Okay? But we are supposed to be honoring and learning from each other. And we're not doing that. Awesome, Patty. Yeah, be the change you want to be. Exactly. And I drive my oldest daughter absolutely nuts because because I'm a Libra and her husband's a Libra. She goes, oh, I hate Libra. But we strive for balance and fairness, and I may sit back and let somebody talk stuff to me or whatever and just observe the situation. But let me see you do it to somebody else. Hey, Judy, how are you, hon? Okay, let me ask Judy real quick. Judy, have you received any gifts from the universe in the last couple weeks? Okay. Question 4. How do you want to be different by the end of the year? This requires reflection. It takes serious thought, to set. This is the way to set an inner course for yourself. Okay. Here's another way she put it. How do you want to be other than the way you are now? Do you want to release something, settle conflicts, learn something new? But like you said, Patty, you want to be the change that you want to see in the world, You want to be a kinder, thoughtful person. One of the gals said you wanted to be free of debt. Oh, that would be awesome. That would be awesome. So you did get a gift. Okay, so keep a little diary, hon. Okay, keep a little diary that you were gifted money. Okay. Question 5. Whose life do you want to improve and how will you do that? How you doing, Truly? Hi, Alban. We're talking about 7 questions you want to ask yourself for the year. So the first one, what do you hope for this coming year that is different from other years? Yes. I'm getting better slowly, Truly. I quit stressing about it because some of the information I've got coming in kind of makes a lot of sense that I'm taking on a lot of stuff for a bunch of other people right now. But I think that contract has been amended. Oh my God. We ended in the Akashic Records. Well, anyway. Okay. Second question. How do you want to improve your life this year? Question 3. What do you want to contribute to your community to make it a better place? Question 4. How do you want to be different by the end of the year? But see, your flaws can be a superpower, Patty. This is on a spiritual level, Truly. This is, I've been told by several people that my soul is very busy and that I am making a difference. So let me tell you what happened to me yesterday. I had this realization that I needed to be open to my gifts, talents, and abilities. I had to be accepting of them because we all have them, but do we allow ourselves to have them? Okay. So I am opening up to all these things, and the growth has just been crazy. And, but one of the things that popped up, I have to write a structured class for Evolve Me. I have never designed a class before. So I've been kind of procrastinating on that. I know what I want to do, and it's across 4 books. So I'm making notes on all of them. And another is there's a little bit of a fear of abusing power in there. Does that make sense? So I think in some lifetime that I have abused power. But at the same time, what I've been told the last 3 weeks is that I am a record keeper, probably out of the Akashic records. I'm a record keeper for something, and it's coming from different directions, okay? So why would a record keeper be afraid of the abuse of power? But those are kind of epiphanies for me and procrastinating on some things, right? Whose life do you want to improve, and how will you do that? Sometimes we have to say, I am consciously choosing to help this person. But I want you guys to remember, one of the things I try to teach you is sometimes somebody talks to you just for you to listen. Okay? Other times they talk to you because they want some advice. It's a skill that we all need to learn to tell the difference, you know? Because if you tell somebody that just wants somebody to listen, if you give them some advice, they're going to resent you. Okay? Donate trees. I'd like to be more secure in my abilities. Truly, you need to start forgiving everybody. Remember that forgiveness is you. You're no longer willing to carry that energy. The healing is for you. Doesn't mean what they did is right. It only means I am no longer willing to carry their burdens. Does that make sense, hon? Yeah, she says I prefer to act anonymously. And there has been times where I kind of do that too. If I do something for somebody, I usually do it in the background. Nobody needs to know what I'm doing. I'm okay with what I'm doing, you know. Question 6. What changes are unfolding in your life that you need to cooperate with, and what does that mean? If you say that nothing is changing in your life, then you are not evaluating your life clearly or deeply enough, as change is always unfolding. We are always moving through cycles of death and rebirth, crucifixions and resurrections, endings and wondrous new beginnings. From the release of plans and past, you were meant to look down, but never to walk, to arriving at the beginning of an enchanting idea that has your name written all over it. Your life continues each day to present you with variations of all these archetypal themes. So, truly, will you also forgive yourself for allowing them to do that to you? Does that make sense, hon? Yeah. So we kind of need to do a micro analysis of what we want to unfold in our lives, you know? We can't escape our oneness. Therefore, what quality of attitude do you want to breathe into changes unfolding in your life? Question 7. In what way or ways do you want to deepen your spiritual life? Your spiritual life is a prayerful, contemplative, mystical, reflective journey that, in fact, draws you out of your mental world. Your mind is the last place you want to be as you contemplate the nature of what is real in your life and what is of value. What good is your mind when it comes to these questions? You've programmed your mind to tell you what you want it to tell you. Your mind is filled with the values you put inside of it. What can your mind possibly understand about the mystical realm? Nothing. So be wild and wondrous on your spiritual path. Fall in love with silence. Stop fearing it. Stop looking for the distractions of sound and business and phone calls and computers. Stop trying to desperately stay connected. Get disconnected. And if you can endure the ego-shattering transition into being disinterneted, return to silence and quiet. Then ask yourself, what is of value to me? Am I comfortable in my spiritual skin? What do I know about God? Yes, because as soon as you asked that question today, I got a yes too. So yeah. So did anybody else besides Judy start the shields? Spiritual gifts and I think one of the reasons that I struggled with my spiritual gifts and learning new things is because I remember as a child, and a lot of star people do this. I remember as a child thinking, I am here to do something special. But then we're taught, oh, yeah, you know, just get up there on your soapbox. Delusions of grandeur, it just, hey, Jack. So so you push down that feeling. You push down the expectations. You put down the belief system that you can make changes. Okay. Yeah. So truly ask some questions around that. Okay. Ask some questions. How you doing, Jack? How you doing, Casey? But it's and then I'm not a typical Libra. Libras are supposed to be social, not me. I haven't stepped out of the house for a week. Not just because it's cold, the oxygen. I just don't want to deal with people right now. But it's I'm home in my little safety comfort zone. Yeah. I know. I saw that last night. Jano, you said something about you were a Libra when I was listening to Bray. See, I have 5 planets in Libra, and I have my Venus is in Scorpio. And it's funny because when I have readings done for Libra, they don't resonate. They do not resonate. I say more times it's a hit and miss on Scorpio. But but if you look at a round chart, okay, most of my planets are on this side. I think there's 2 planets that are on this side. But I read years and years ago that if the planets are more on this side, you're more free will based. Okay, you're just in here free will in it, right? If it's on this side, it's more faded. And if it's above, it's one thing, and below, it's another. So it's. I just think some truths are going to come out. Truly, might be internal truths though. Okay. might be some internal truths because I think everybody is going through some major stuff right now. You have 5 in Scorpio. I think I have 2 in Scorpio. I never remember. And have you ever looked up your part of luck, Jano? Everybody should look up their part of luck. And put in your birth date and stuff and find out what house your part of luck is in. That tells you what your life path is. And I can't think of her name. Jane's friend told me that. The little southern gal. She told me that. I looked it up. And sure enough, my part of luck is in the 12th house, which is a spiritual teacher. What the hell? You had this stacked against me since the beginning. Oh my goodness. I have 3. I have Chiron, Venus, and what is that other one? It's not a planet, is it? Oh, and the true node. My true node is in. Oh, it's in Capricorn. Okay, Scorpio. I have. What do I have? I don't know all the symbols. I have Venus and Saturn, is it? Oh, and that, okay. Venus and Jupiter in Scorpio. So part of fortune tells you what your life, what you're here to work on in this lifetime. And like I said, she was so excited. She was jumping up and down because she's taken all these wonderful astrology classes. And she, like I said, she had me look up part of fortune. I said, it's in the 12th house, above extrovert, below introvert. Okay, yeah. But to the left, if everything's more on the left, that is free will, and on the right is more fated. So you might be partially right about the fated stuff, Jenna, but there are some free willers out here too. But part of fortune, hi Melissa, welcome, hon. But part of fortune gives you a guideline on what you're here to learn in this lifetime, what you're here to do. Yeah. So your part of fortune is in the 12th house also, Jano? North node is true node, yeah. Here's on the bottom and left, yeah. What luck, it's probably not there. I'll think I'm an alien. How are you, Melissa? So we're kind of talking about things. Truly, did you put out your intent to do the shields also? Who besides Judy here? Okay, just do astrology part of fortune in Google, Jano, and see what it says, okay? Who besides Judy has made a commitment to do the shields for the next 12 months? To receive a gift around the new moon to put on a shield. It could be a spiritual shield, could be St. Andrew came up in your Akashic. Okay. But the part of fortune is part of astrology, huh? I have Metatron all over. In fact, it was so funny because I was meditating one night, and you know how they had the Christmas tree cards where the navy blue sky with the stars, and then you've got the black trees, and then there was this really, really, really light blue, light, at the bottom of this tree, and it went all the way up the tree and went boop, exploded into this light blue star. Didn't think nothing of it. About an hour later, I had stuff pop up on Archangel Metatron. I said, ooh. I said, wait a minute. Why is Metatron popping up? So it popped up a third time, and it was talking about, I think I was looking at some Kabbalah stuff. And then the third time it popped up, I said, oh, he's the angel at the top of the tree of life. He was telling me that he was there. Wow. Wow. I have had so many things like that happen in my lifetime. Like I said, I am always in awe of the universe. Always. We're just past the new moon. I know, I got a lot of J's here tonight, huh? Yeah. Melissa, were you there last night when we were talking about the healing technique? I can help you with that, hon. It's a technique you use. No charge. It's free. I'm trying to make a difference in the world. Well, what I thought was interesting last week, Jano, is the men had a voice last week. I loved it. The men stepped forward and had a voice last week. How awesome is that? That was so exciting. I think the part of luck, I don't know. I don't know, DJ. Part of luck. Yeah, I think it is. It says part of fortune. So put in all your information and check for part of fortune and see what house it is and what house. Is it in Libra or Aquarius or whatever? Yeah. Jack knows all this stuff. Jack knows everything. Jack is the keeper of secrets. So what happened today, Casey? What happened today, hon? Jack only knows, well, that's true. But we do know everything, Jack. What do we allow ourselves to have? You know, what we can comprehend in our little human brains is nothing compared to what's out there. You know, when I was doing healing work on Robin that one night, and I had somebody approach me and ask for permission to help assist me with a healing, he told me he was a watcher. I didn't know what a watcher was at that point in time. You know? And when I did research on watchers, it's like there was like two schools of mind what a watcher was, you know? Okay, Casey, how did it go at work today? Did you present some ideas? Could you present some ideas, hon? Jack has so much knowledge. He should be on here teaching. I saw they have a book out, 22 Days to Learn to Read Hebrew. Like really, really well. Spoke to my VP. He's so supportive of me leading this initiative and it's coming to me for advice. Awesome. I knew you could. You're a manifester, girl. You got this. You got this. You got this. And rubbing elbows with a lot of people. Good for you. Show them who Casey is. She's a force to be reckoned with. We all knew that. Shine some light, our little sunshine. Shine some light on that business. Shine some light on those people. Encourage them. Get them excited. Okay, so what is the 8th house? Is it like Cancer, Aquarius, Libra? Okay, you have a good night, truly. So what house is it in, though? 8th is Scorpio. Okay, but that's okay. It's in her 8th house. We need to know what her 8th house is. In her chart. You have fun, hon. And if you guys get a chance, go back to the when you go back to the beginning and do the reading for the next week. Yeah, part of fortune is also incorrectly known as luck. Yes. Yeah, the only thing we know is there's always more to learn. I have a friend that has had a really bad ego for a long time. That he has all these spiritual gifts and he knows more than other people. I had to talk with him a little bit. We're all the same. Nobody's any higher than anybody else. It's just what we choose to learn, what we choose to allow in our lives. There's no difference in energy in any of us. We're just putting it in different areas, in different directions, you know? There's no reason for ego to come in and tell us that we're better for somebody else. Ah, you read online that your luck would come through others? Yeah, what's the 8th house in your general astrology chart? And then look up your part of fortune in that house. Yeah. Jack, do you know anything about record keepers? Bray blew me away with a reading last night. Bray blew me away with a reading today. I had two last week that blew me away on. They all keep talking about all this spiritual growth. And it's like, it's just getting past. I had a realization yesterday that there's a little bit of a fear of power, a fear of abuse of power. But at the same time, I need to step into my power. Quite a conundrum there. You know, it's like I have to reconcile this, and I think I did it yesterday because it was a major shift. And it's just allowing. Yeah, catch 22. But like Bray was saying, limitless. And I had come up with that word yesterday too, limitless. And then Bray, I don't know if it was last night or today, but it came coming up limitless. It might have been last night. But it's wow. Wow. It's just that's for me to do. And then when I realized I've never put together a class, we've never had a structured class on here. I've never put together a class, and I have to put together some classes for Evolve. So that alone is a learning experience. But I think I'm going to focus on 8th house. And okay, I know you will, hon. You're always there for me. So in your chart, so look for the part of luck in Pisces in the 8th house. Or part of luck, 8th house Pisces, and see what it comes up with. Your part of fortunes in Libra. So that's your 1st house. So Google that. Part of fortune in Libra 1st house and see what it comes up with. Well, Casey and I had a conversation last night anyway, so she she wanted to switch places with me. but you know, it helps when you have somebody to run things back and forth with, you know. I am still involved and learning tons and tons of new things. Girl, my abilities are just expanding and growing. Just things have opened up. Poor Theon doesn't know what to do with me anymore. She held me off after we did the Akashic Records reading. She held me off till the end. She says, "Okay, Casey, I think I'm ready for you now," because I keep popping up with all this stuff off the wall, and she gets flustered. She got a little flustered a couple times. It's like, watch out for Casey. You don't know what's going to pop up out of her mouth. Your part of fortune is in Sagittarius in your 3rd house. Well, you heard me on here, Jack. You know, I learn as much from you guys as you do from me. You know, I expand and grow every day. I learn from you guys' points of view, belief systems. You guys bring in teachings that I don't know anything about. I share what I know. I never know what's going to pop up with me. I've learned so much the last 45 years. Somebody might say something and trigger something that I learned 40 years ago, you know? But I know, question everything. Even when I tell you, find your own truth. Don't give your power away to a reading. It's just a guideline. It's just a tool. Okay? You can make a choice, you can make a decision and change it all in a second. You know? I try to empower all of you. All of you. Mine's 10th house Gemini. So look up, Google it, part of fortune, 10th house Gemini, and see what comes up. I'm an eternal student, Jack. I have to be learning something new every day. Every day. Melissa, are you still here? I think Melissa was from last night. Are you still here, Melissa? Tenth Gemini should be successful career in communication. Mine is the 12th house in Virgo. Yeah. Exactly. You make your own luck this lifetime and live up to your own expectations. So those questions are real significant for you, hun. Part of fortune in third house often indicates that your immediate surroundings contribute to your success. 10th Gemini should be successful career in communication. Says I make my own luck. Yep. So, Jano, what grand and glorious adventure can you and the universe create today? Okay, just Google part of fortune, hun, and then put in all your data, and then it'll tell you what house it's in, and then you can find out what uh, say it's in Cancer or something. Surround yourself with success. Yes. Expect success. Okay. Don't ever look at anything as failure. Let's reframe the thinking process. Oh, I messed up. I couldn't do it. I failed. Let's switch that up a little bit. Okay? Let's switch that up a little bit. I want you to focus. It was a lesson. What have I learned from that lesson? What can I do better next time? Okay, this didn't work. So what else is possible here? You're not a failure. You're not broken. You know? It makes me think of my daughter. She's taken a boundaries class with a born again Christian group. She is struggling. She is struggling. She has a whole different point of view from these ladies. Jano, one of the reasons I invite you, you're part of Fortunes in Leo. Okay, which house is it in, hon? Jano, I invite you to come in here. Okay, Crystal started out here becoming more comfortable talking on here with people and building up her skills. Hon, you're welcome to come on here and talk and do readings with me anytime. Maybe this is how I'm here to help you. You know, build up your confidence a little bit. Does that make sense? Because you have a lot of knowledge too. And I totally understand the not having the confidence. Totally. You know, when the evolve stuff came up, I had so much that you can ask a lot of people. I had so much stuff come up. Do I know enough? Can I do this? I didn't think of the underlying thing. I've never structured a class together. How can I do this? Um, just all kinds of all kinds of uh, subconscious mind stuff, you know? Yeah. J no, yeah. Yeah. E equals MC squared. Yeah. Casey, did you decide to do the shield, son? Judy and one other person signed up, and Star. Even if it's just the three of us, that's fine. Mine has already been mind-boggling, mind-boggling gifts this month. But look at what Casey's manifesting. She's being the gift of creating a difference for other people in her own way. She's going to make the work life better for all her people and herself. That's awesome. Maybe you should be a motivational speaker for huge corporations. Girl, maybe you're moving toward that. Yeah. Where'd you get a reading from, hon? And you want a free reading? Where'd you get the reading from, hon? I haven't been listening to anybody. I caught Dean the last couple times. Journey Ryan. Ah. Yeah, I've been kind of floored. Okay, send me the link. I've been kind of floored with everything that's been going on for me all month. It's just like, wow, wow, wow. Did that just happen for me? And I know we're all going through these changes, all of us. Yeah. And Bray said last night and today that this is my year. Yeah. And so how do I put and I maybe it's just January season. I don't know. Because I think I went through a lot of growth last January too, but and I was saying, how do you put on your shield all these spiritual gifts? Yes, and all the planets are finally direct. Yes, yes, yes. But I keep so I'll probably paint something that's just someone, I don't know, maybe a woman out with her hands up and receiving from the universe or something and put it on there. So Jenna, have you tried? Yeah. call in the violet vacuum flame, violet flame vacuum, and start sucking out all the rough stuff. And see if that helps some. Transmute some of that stuff, hon. Transmute it. What are you studying, hon? I just started a class on acupressure. And I'm learning about the meridians in the body. I can't eat sugar anymore, girl. I ate sugar the other day and I almost passed out. Everything just started fading out, blacking out. Yeah. The purple dust devil, yeah. Your health too, hon? Purple dust devil. The violet flame of transmutation. Ooh. So, I'm going to ask you a question. Tell me if it feels light or heavy. Okay. Jano, was that the Hall of Records? Was that the Hall of Records? See, Casey, you're a manifester. You think so? Yeah, because that's the first thing I thought was the Hall of Records. Yeah. Jack wants to know if you recognize any of the runes. Feels like it was, yeah. Was it like the Celtic runes, do you think, or was it something older? I feel like it's something older than the Celtic. So I would ask some questions of your guides around that, Jano. There's only Norse runes. It doesn't feel right. There's something older. There's something older that's been lost. Yeah. It's self-used. Okay. See, Jack has the answers. We need to open up Jack's brain here and let all these teachings come out. So Jack's brain is probably like a hall of records. Yeah, Jack knows things, he just don't tell nobody. So one little gal in Evolve got upset with me because she was complaining about practitioners and readers that talk about other people and put them down and competition and all this stuff. And I said, I posted on there, said it, and it's so sad because we're supposed to be honoring each other's differences. I said, shaking my head, triggered the shit out of her. I said, I would like to sit down and have a calm, peaceful conversation with her, asking what it was about what I thought was an innocent comment because I didn't mean anything bad by it. Trigger her like that. Is Midnight here? Hey. Now see, we brought up Norse, and guess who appears? That's funny. Come on, Midnight. Come on, Jared. Look up Samaria writings on Google, see if it's that old. Yeah. But the thing is, I think that she's young enough that a lot of things are triggering her. And she's pretty much stuck in cultural stuff and cultural appropriation and stuff. And it's like, okay, she's not going to be open and receptive to a lot of this stuff. That's like last night I triggered that gal when I was offering to help her with some teacher healing work. Oh, she was not open to anything. Yeah. Yes. It was Roy Rogers' horse, not Dale's. Roy Rogers. Trigger, he even had him stuffed. Roy Rogers and Dale Evans. How you doing, Casey? Unmute yourself, hon.
I'm good. I'm tired. It's almost 11 o'clock here. I can't believe it's so late already.
I know, and you're an early bird.
I am, yeah. I did a 5K this morning, and I'm just beat.
Yeah? Did your son get his homework in?
Yeah, he did 15 slides. I'm like, I have some slides you can help me with. To hire him.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, you were just talking about, who were you talking about? Roy Rogers? What was his horse's name? That was like a trivia
Trigger.
question. Oh, Trigger. Okay.
Yeah, Jack said, wasn't that a horse's name? Dale Evans says, no, it was Roy Rogers' horse, Trigger. And he even had him stuffed.
Roy Rogers, Trigger. Who's Silver? Oh, that's the Lone Ranger.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Whoa, Silver.
Yeah,
today was just like an awesome day. I talked to the VP again today, and he's just like loving everything I'm saying. And I'm just like, is this really happening? And I'm like just rubbing elbows with like the upper echelons. And I just like, it feels like a dream. Like it's like, and it's out of my, like what I do, and that makes it more interesting. And it's just, it's fun. It's exciting. I'm just like, I'm so happy. And I won the lottery today. I won a reading today. And it's like, what is going on?
Your gift around the new moon. Did you make a commitment to do the shield?
You know what? The thing I'm afraid about with shields is, first of all, I'm already well protected. I just feel that. I don't want to shield anything good coming in. So that's why I'm afraid of black.
No. Okay. You don't understand the concept of the shield then.
Clearly not.
Okay. Every month around the new moon, and you just received a bunch of stuff in the last week, okay? You put out an intent to the universe that you're going to get a gift around the new moon every month for 12 months.
Oh, okay.
And then the end of that 12 months, you take each one of those gifts or representation of that gift and put them on a shield. It could be a protection shield, a spiritual shield. It's what it is. It's a lesson in receiving from the universe. It's a reverse vision board. Instead of you putting out an intention, what you want to manifest in your life, you're allowing the universe to manifest things for you.
Got it. Okay. So it's like the gifts that you receive.
It's lessons in receiving. Ask Midnight. We started it 2 years ago and we never got to complete it. He was recognizing all the gifts around him, the gifts in his life,
That's good to be aware of your gifts and what you've received, to be thankful for them. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm in.
Yeah. So
what do I do? Like cut pictures out of newspapers and magazines?
No. Oh. Okay. keep a little diary. So what did you receive? You're learning to be a coach. You're learning more about who you are. Okay, you received a reading. Okay, those are all gifts from the universe. Hey Jojo. So it's like those are things that you would put representations of on the shield. It could be a canvas, it could be a piece of cloth. Excuse me, whatever medium you want to use. But you're going to put all 12 gifts on this shield. It's just a lesson in learning to receive from the universe.
Okay, I love it.
You're good at manifesting things, but are you good at allowing the universe to give you things?
This week, yes. I'm really good at it.
Oh, yeah, but this occurs every month around the new moon. And that's definitely what's been happening for you the last week.
Yeah.
So the universe must have known that you were going to do it. Yeah, because Judy's doing it. She received unexpected money. Star's doing it. Me. And you. Yeah. But see, if you put your intention out there to receive, that's huge. That's huge.
Yeah. I'm just like giddy. I'm so far on cloud 9. I'm on cloud like 99 now. It's just like everything is just going well. Like I feel good. Like everything's good.
So center yourself, ground yourself, put your protection up, expand that energy out to the room, the block, the street, the town, the city, the country, out into the world, expand it out into the universe.
Sending it to Colorado right now.
When I get like that, I like to share it with the whole earth, to try to some of
And
the
that's what I've been doing. Like I received a lot this week and I've been giving it back. And it's funny. I have to look up the number 404. Today I got a coffee and I bought my daughter a donut. And the total was $4.04. So when I went up to pay, I was like, how much is the person behind me? And he's like, $4.04. I'm like, no way. It's like, what are the odds that it was the exact same? Yeah.
I know.
So I got to look up angel number 404.
I think your gift is you're seeing how people value you. Okay. Because I do think that there's a little bit of an issue of valuing yourself there.
Yeah, that's my problem area. My south node is in Pisces, which is my comfort zone. Your north node is, where you need to focus, and it's in Virgo, and it's like values, like that. That's where I need to focus. Second house. So yeah.
This shield may be centered around learning to value yourself.
I'm just so happy. Like, I can't keep saying that. Like, I'm just thankful.
404 is asking you to pay closer attention to areas of your life that might need extra nurturing or energy.
Well, there you go.
So what did Casey do for herself today?
Casey got a coffee. I did a 5K.
Yeah. Awesome. We were kind of talking about the 7 questions for the new year, also for the people that came in. Okay. First one is, what do you hope for this coming year that is different from other years? Number 2, how do you want to improve your life this year? Number 3, what do you want to contribute to your community to make it a better place?
Oh, that's a good one.
See, you're externalizing. You've got to include yourself in that also. This is valuing yourself, hon. Number 4, how do you want to be different by the end of the year? Whose life do you want to improve, and how will you do that? What changes are unfolding in your life that you need to cooperate with, and what does that mean?
These are hard questions.
Yeah, that's what she says. That these are, things to really contemplate. In what way or ways do you want to deepen your spiritual life? Yeah. And this was Carolyn Mice. Ah, she's fell off now. I can't tell her that. I ran my third marathon in October. Awesome. Awesome, Jano. Casey, can you see that? 404, the number can also be sent as a sign that you will soon be starting a new beginning in life. That's exactly what she's doing. She's becoming a life coach. She's becoming a life coach. Yeah. All of you come on. There's not that many people here. Everybody come on and talk. Have pity on me. Don't make me be the only one talking. Life coach for your people, hun. New beginnings. I know a 12-month commitment for the Shields is great, but see, Judy received a gift. I received a gift. Casey received a gift. I think that at this moment the star is just so overwhelmed that she wouldn't recognize a gift if she saw it.
Who's that?
Star.
Oh.
She's pretty much overwhelmed at the moment.
Yeah. How's her mom?
Then go for it, Jano. Put your intention out there that you want to build a shield with gifts that you receive from the universe around the new moon. You could still receive something this month. Casey wasn't even intending to do the shield, and look at the gifts that she's got. The universe knows ahead of time, you know. Yeah. But it's you know. So there's a book out there called E Squared by Pam Grout. And one of the things that she teaches you is, this was a major lesson for me. She says, ask the universe for a gift within the next 48 hours. I was gifted 2 $1,200 classes. I'm in seventh heaven. I'm an eternal student, right? I was just thrilled. And so the second one, after you do that, the second one is ask the universe for something specific. My first thought was, I want to see an eagle. An eagle's my totem. And then the subconscious ego come up. No, you don't see eagles out here in Elbert County anymore. So I said, okay, I want to see turquoise Indian jewelry. I'm walking around for the next 2 days and I'm seeing all kinds of silver. There's a lot of Native American women here. I'm seeing silver Indian jewelry and I'm puzzled. There's no turquoise on it, right? So I went down my friend's house and I'm driving down the road and it looks like there's a raven ahead of me. I pull up and it's a young eagle. He hadn't got his white head yet. It's like, wow. This is why I tell you, pay attention to what your first thought is, okay? Because the universe is going to respond to that first thought. So if something negative pops up, that's what the universe is going to give you. So pay attention to your thoughts and focus on what you do want. But the universe listens to the first thing that pops up, okay?
I'm wondering if it's the other way around. Like, it's not you thinking it, it's what the universe put in your head that it's going to show you. You know what I mean? Like, it's like the universe wanted you to think eagle. So it put it in your head.
Well, it could have. It could have.
Who knows? Like, I don't know. That
Very,
just popped in my head. So I just said it.
yeah, it's very possible. But
Leon
then
said that with me. He would
I
say,
might allow it. That's the thing.
yeah,
I
you have to allow it.
doubted it. Free will says no, Jack said.
Oh.
To-
So yeah, that's what Leon does. He'll tell me, he's like, don't think, just answer. Like whatever like is in your head, just don't use your brain part. just say what just pops in your head.
So Jojo says 404 angel number in my career-wise career. Were you thinking about your career when you saw angel number 404? It is likely that you need to continue your hard work and determination because something new is coming your way.
I was at Dunkin' Donuts. I was getting coffee.
Yeah.
I may have been thinking about work. I'm always thinking about work.
Yeah. And I thought it was interesting that, well, I was blown away last night by Bray anyway, but then today she was talking about the wolf. I know that the wolf is one of my totems. I know that it walks with me, but her and Star kept picking on a wolf with wings. Well, my primary totem is an eagle, and an eagle is one of the sacred animals, and the sacred animals tend to stick with you your whole life.
See, that's why an eagle pops in your head.
Yeah, because I just love them so much.
What do eagles and wolves represent? Jack can answer this too. And thank you, Jojo, for looking at 404.
Eagles represent spirit. For an example, they rise above things. Say if a bird comes in and attacks them and stuff, they fly higher and higher and higher until the bird falls off. They rise above things. They don't always retaliate and stuff. They rise above things. They soar in the. This is what I was told when I asked what the connection was between me and the eagle.
Mm-hmm.
The eagle looked at me and told me, "You have the ability to soar in the heavens with God." Girl, every time I even think about that, I still want to cry.
Aww.
You know, it's like, wow. But I had years before, I had a lot of self-esteem problems back then. It was back in the 80s, and I had just gone through a divorce and trying to figure out who I was, and in between husbands, and
it's 11/11, by the way.
Yeah. So then I had got a little book on how to do meditation, and it was telling you how to find what your totem is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the eagle sees the forest, the mouse sees trees, but this way too. The eagle sees the whole picture.
Eagle eye view, yeah.
So the wolves represent family. Wolves, out of all the animals, have the closest structure to humans. Okay.
Oh, like the packs.
They're very family oriented. Mm-hmm. They do have a hierarchy, but they take care. Their families are primary. Okay. They're very, very good parents. Everything, and I know. I haven't felt it lately. Maybe one of my totems has changed, but I've always had a horse walk next to me. Horses represent power. Different aspects of power. But it's I was telling the story. So this meditation told me to walk down a path, come to a cave. And I saw this beautiful green cave. Okay.
Are you wearing turquoise jewelry, by the way?
One.
Yeah, no, it's just funny that you just told that story, and it said that you would see the turquoise the other arm.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's got some turquoise. Like if I put them by colors, there's greens, and there's blues, there's yellows and browns, and pinks and purples, and blacks and grays. I put them all in
You're like a rainbow.
Yeah, wolf packs don't let senile elderly lead the pack. Yeah.
Did Jack say that? I can't see the chat.
So when I came out on the other side of this cave, they said when you come out on the other side of your cave, you're going to see what your totem is.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw an eagle flying, and I said, "Oh no, I'm not worthy of that."
Oh.
You know. So, and it was probably 2 years later that yeah, when I went through the meditation in a class that the eagle, it was a mature eagle, and it was a female. And like I said, every time I just think about that, I just cry. So I've had so many experiences. And I look back and think, wow, I just look at my journey and it's just wow.
Right? It's just been my week. That's just like wow. That's awesome.
Yeah.
You need like a life shield then. Just put all your blessings on a shield of all your experiences.
I could do that. Now, the woman that was teaching us how to do the shields was an Iroquois medicine woman. And she was doing it on a sliding scale of like $250 to $350. And we would get together at the end of the year and build the shields. Well, I was going through divorce, single mom raising kids, lack of consciousness over money like you wouldn't believe. And so the universe knew I was going to come up with the money. But it was funny, about a week before everybody got together to do the shields, she always did a free class first before the paid classes, right?
Yeah.
So that Friday night, we all gathered together, and I told her, I never got any gifts. I said, but I did have a dream. Now, this was interesting. Okay, you know how the pyramids come in like this?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this was reversed. It's like it all came down like this.
Reverse pyramid, yeah, upside down.
Yeah. And I'm walking down a hallway, and I'm seeing all these mannequins, and it's like their period dress, women's dresses.
That means women. Yeah.
Not only that, but I was going back in time.
Wow.
I was going back in time. The older costumes and stuff that women wore and stuff. And then I came to the fire, and there was a group of us women. But what my impression was Atlantis.
Wow.
And so what happened was that night, I built a golden shield of light. And I said, well, I built a shield. I said, I built something out of gold, and she goes, wow, you built a spiritual shield. And it was interesting because the gal that had brought me to this class, this was her second time doing it. She was building a physical shield again. She got so upset. And I asked a reader one time, I said, what is the connection between Judy and I? Because this lady was getting so upset.
Yeah, I remember the story.
And it's like, she needed to see the rapid spiritual growth you were going through in order to give her the confidence to do what she needs to do. And I thought, well, that's kind of a lot of responsibility, isn't it?
But it's just, that's how, it's amazing how our journeys are intertwined like that.
Yeah, Jackson's saying wow multiple times a day is preferred to WTF.
So, Casey, if you put your fingertips together, like that, that's the symbol for man. It's like the tip of the spear, If you put your palms together and do the reverse, and then open your fingers like a V. No, like put your palms together. Now open your fingers, like separate them, but keep your palms together. So like an upside down. Yeah. So that's the symbol for women. So you saw the reverse. Yeah. the upside down pyramid. That's a symbol for women.
Come and join us, Jared. We talked about runes and Norse and Celtic earlier, and you popped up for a second.
Who is that?
Jared, Midnight Meditations.
Oh, hi, Jared.
So it's definitely. Jared, are you going through some major spiritual growth right now? And I've been saying wow a lot all day for the last 3 weeks, Jack. It's like, wow, what can I say? Well, you could come in and say hi, at least. Yeah. We'll send you some energy. Normally I would, but I'm exhausted. Good to see you. Good to see you too, hon. I'm glad you at least popped in to say hi. Yeah. JoJo's feeling ascension sickness. I've kind of stepped back about worrying about being sick. I just totally put it out of my head, just focusing on all this spiritual growth. And it's been interesting because for me to be able to get the shampooer upstairs and to vacuum the 2 small parts of my bedroom was huge when I couldn't even vacuum before. It just knocked me out. You know? Yeah, I'm not sure if growing pains are indicated, then yes, growing egg. Oh. Yeah.
Susan is really sick too. Susan Carrick from.
Is she?
Yeah, I think she has either mono or pneumonia.
Oh my goodness.
She needs to rest. She's been going through a lot. Her dad died, and she's working a bunch of jobs. And
well, we need to say some prayers for Star because she's taking care of the whole damn family.
Yeah,
everybody.
Always, yeah.
Yeah. So the thing is, if you're getting downloads, okay, ask for them to come in with ease. So some of the stuff that I was told about being sick is okay. I'm going to say it because it sounds my ego's telling me it sounds like
say it.
Is that I am carrying a lot of stuff for other people
and
shifting things clear out into the universe, making a huge difference. And it's like, okay, then it's not going to bother me as much. I'm just going to let it all pass. But I did go in and amend something in the Akashic records. Because when they took us through the meditation, we were supposed to go to a second book. Instead of the second book, they showed me 2 stories up in my temple, my Akashic records, and they asked me if I wanted to amend a contract. I said yes. I went up the 2 stories. I remember reading it. I don't know what it said, and I signed it. So there's a new contract out there, not knowing what the heck it is, but I feel like something shifted. I don't think the universe is sadistic, but I do think that the universe has a sense of humor. Just because your body has to process the new energy and vibration and has to rid itself of sickness. But then how many, like the revelation yesterday, my fear of moving into my power is the abuse of power, you know? But but at the same time, I'm being encouraged to step into my power. They're showing me all these gifts, talents, and abilities that I have. Of course, Jack has contributed to that because it seems like every time we worked on Jack or something, I had a new ability show up. You know? So, you know, it's see, I learned from you guys as much as you guys learned from me. So, do you have a computer, Casey? You might talk on your phone and watch your computer. Yeah, universe has got jokes. Sick and Twisted. Like I haven't watched that movie. Jack, is it any good? Midnight, you still listening in, hun? We'll send you some energy. Put your clothes on first, Jojo. I love how you guys are stepping forward and speaking more. I love it. I love it. And Jano, I'm telling you, come on and talk, hon. Build your confidence. And remember, there's no such thing as a stupid question. No such thing as a stupid answer. So don't think that you worry about anything like that, okay? So one of the things that I did in a class that I took, Jano, is it was an access class. It's like level 2. And we go in and ask questions and we do the clearing statement to clear the energy. Oh. Builder. Do you see that, Jack? He found a room that looks similar, okay? So what happened was me being introverting, not speaking up, okay? Wasn't saying nothing. We did a clearing statement and we talked about some things, right? I felt this energy come up and she's talking on the next subject. This energy came up until I felt like I was going to explode if I didn't say something. I said, can we go back to the last subject? She goes, yeah, sure. So I gave her what was going on and we cleared all that energy. I had about 5 people come up after the class and tell me, thank you for asking that. We've got something similar going on right now. And we're really grateful that you asked that question because we were afraid to ask too. I said, wow. So always ask your questions because somebody else may be needing to hear that also. That is the true runes. Yeah. And if we can give you the courage to get on and do your own stuff and help people, that's even better. That's what we're here for, to help you move into your highest potential. We're all working on the same thing, hun. We're all working on the same thing. And everybody say some prayers for Teardrop's husband. He's in the hospital. He just had heart surgery. Teardrops herself is also ill. She didn't want to take care of her till her husband's situated. Star is being overwhelmed with taking care of the whole dang family. And yeah. My problem is, Casey, is yesterday I slept till noon, but then I was up from 2 to 4 in the middle of the night too. Yeah. Sleep. What is this Disney myth you reference, Casey? Yes, Casey, but mine is for different reasons. Children, dog, and wife waking you up. Ugh, yeah. So, do you know anything about that specific rune, Jared? Tell me I'm up at 4:30 a.m. too. But my 4 o'clock here is 6 o'clock there. Yeah. I've been trying to go back to sleep right away. I've been playing Native American flute music because it's so relaxing that it puts me back to sleep. Rado stands out, which is journey wheel. 3 a.m. regardless, yeah. You wake up at 3 a.m. every morning, Jack? I I bet I woke up at 3 a.m. every morning for 20 years. For 20 years. Now it's between 2 and 4. But if you look at the Chinese cycles also, I think that stands for liver function too. You didn't know there was a 3 a.m.? Rado is being on the right path for your journey. Yes, and healing. You know, I haven't pulled my runes out for a long time. I have one deck that I use for personal things. It's a fairy deck. It's fairy deck, fairy oracle. And I did order here a while back. I ordered the new one for one of the new ones on hands. The Angel Guardian Angel Tarot, is it? The new one from Doreen Virtue's partner Radley. Yes, I did. Thank you, Casey. It should be here, I think, next week. It should be here next week. So the Archangel Metatron, I saw 3 messages that day. The first time I ever received messages, 3 messages in a row, I'm driving west down Colfax in Lakewood, Denver area. I'm going to the chiropractor in the morning. There's no clouds, but one cloud. Perfect swan. Perfect swan. I said, oh, wow, look at that. My kids were in the back seat asleep. What? Wow, that's a swan, right? So I told my friend about it. We were down about that same area in the afternoon. It used to be a Walmart, a Kmart down there. And it was on Colfax and Wadsworth, so it was still Colfax. We pulled out of the parking lot and driving west on Colfax again. And I look up, there it is. Hours later, there's another swan with the wings more extended, right? I said, wow, look at that. There's another swan. And she starts laughing and she goes, well, look at that. And she was laughing. She was an older lady. And so we went to a metaphysical bookstore after that. And I just happened to open up a newspaper, a metaphysical newspaper, to look at something. There was another swan. I said, wow. Wow. advice, blessing, and inspiration. See? See, see, see? Good thing you remembered your dream. Jack's here to help you. Were you on here? Were you on here, Casey, when I told the story of my pink balloon? Oh my God. This was a wow night, okay? I'm telling my wow stories. So anybody, I'm going to tell it real quick. So anybody doesn't know, when I first started out classes, my teacher talked about taking a pink balloon, writing a letter to God, taking it out and letting it float away, right? She was talking about in my head. Hi, Rose. Jojo said he'd be back. Okay. So then I went out and actually bought some pink balloons, wrote a letter to God, blew the balloon up, put the letter in it, tied it, released it. It was rolling down the street. It was a little bit of wind. So it stopped at the corner stop sign. The guy pulled up in his truck. Ah, how are you, Rose? A guy pulled up in his truck, jumped out, popped the balloon, took the letter, jumped back in his truck, and drove off. Wow. I had a lot of wow moments in my life. $99 red balloons. And it's interesting because the first time I ever felt energy was at a Sundance. Okay. Normally they hold the Sundances out on the plains. This one was held in the mountains. They hadn't had one in the mountains for years. Okay. It was probably about 40 miles from Denver. And I had my oldest daughter with me. She tells me, oh my God, that traumatized me. I didn't see it as a blessing. You did. But now she's understanding it more, okay? So when we went to the Sundance, when they came out, they sweat. They do the sweat lodge. They fast and they pray for 4 days. They're dancing. They have whistle-blown flutes that they're blowing. And they come around I'm facing west. They're facing me. They're looking east and they're raising their hands to give praise to God in the east, right? And I actually felt all this energy flow through me. That's why it was just like a wind blew through me. I said, wow. It's another wow moment. Oh my God. Jack, it had to have been 88, 89. Been a long time. Why, were you at that sweat lodge? Hey, Jojo. Were you at a sweat here in the mountains?
Hey, how are you doing, man?
There you go. We got Jojo.
Oh my goodness. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hopefully it won't crackle as much now. I'm upstairs on the big machine with a real microphone and 4 monitors and 80 computers and just toys for days. So hopefully this does sound better.
Good. Come on back on, Casey. Yesterday my daughter and I saw a white ball of energy in our living room. I don't remember their names, Jack, but it was interesting because I learned how to make fry bread that day. They have a feast afterwards to break the fast, right? I learned how to make fry bread. I pitched in and helped make fry bread. And helped make a pudding out of some kind of berry. Elder Fred Short. I know I've been to sweat lodges with an eagle elk, with white eagle. What was the name of the other one? Ooh, we had a reading yesterday and an orb crossed as it started. Crystal! Hey, honey.
Hi, how are you guys?
Cray, what's up, dear?
What's up, Rojo?
Not much.
Casey. Hello, everyone who's here. Hello.
Hello. Yeah, so talk about a ball of lightning. My daughter was sitting in the living room during a rainstorm. I had a CB antenna outside the house. She's sitting there in the living room on a dining room chair because we had a bunch of people over. Lightning hit that CB antenna. There was a ball of actual lightning that came across the floor, rolled under the chair that my daughter was sitting backwards on, and dissipated in the hall. Friday night special party, Crazy Crystal in the house. We're talking about
Who
wild.
said that? Who said that?
Jack.
Oh, what's up, Wolfster?
This has kind of been a wow day for.
Oh my gosh, it's been a crazy week.
Oh.
I started catching feelings for somebody and caught myself and said, slow the down. Like, you fucking stop that. And I'm like forgetting shit with work. And I'm like, oh my God, this is not good. This is bad.
Well, there's nothing wrong with having feelings for people. You just need to make sure it's, the right kind of people.
Reciprocal. Yeah, exactly. No, it was kind of my old habit, my old story. And I'm like, I caught myself slipping. I was like, oh no. This
Well, I
cannot
mean,
go
is
on.
this actual emotional feelings, or you just got the screaming thigh sweats for, Jason Momoa or something?
No, I just really connected, and there's not a whole bunch of communication going on. I'm like, what am I doing getting like already, like starting to crush? And it's not really like, I don't know, stupid.
Yeah, I hear you. Well, I'm taking things slow myself. It's it's been a good couple of weeks. I mean, I felt great, but yeah, here over the past couple of days, man, I feel drained. I don't know.
I was so proud of you guys stepping up and talking last week.
And here we are again, chit-chatting away.
But it was the men that stepped up last week. That's awesome. Awesome. Yeah, it's called Remember Your Last Ex. Okay, so you recognized it as a pattern. What do you do with it, Crystal? Jack says there's a vax for catching feelings.
Oh my gosh, yeah. In just a second, my son's talking to me. Sorry, guys.
That's
Well, I
okay.
mean, I would imagine there'd be a fine line there because, you've got to open up a little bit just to get to know someone. So, I guess it's important just to feel it out as time goes along. And
Because if you don't lower those barriers, if you don't lower those walls, how many opportunities are you going to miss to have healthy relationships?
yeah.
You will not.
Okay, but I'm seeing the old pattern, like like there's not a lot of communication outside of like just one way. So it's like, you know what I mean? And like I'm recognizing my old pattern. I let myself get smitten too early, and so I just caught myself doing that. And so I've been dealing with that, digging in there and handling that. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, I hear you. But I mean, have you asked him about it? I mean,
That's a gift. That's an awareness.
It's nowhere near far enough for that, but I was starting to notice myself getting, really excited and looking to see if he messaged back. You know what I mean? And I was just like, okay, you're acting like a little fucking kid. Have you not learned any lessons,
Well, but there's nothing wrong with being excited, though. There's nothing wrong with, I mean, one of the best parts of any relationship, and it's a slippery slope, but one of the best parts of any relationship is the newness, the quote unquote honeymoon stage. And, especially right when things are brand new and you're getting to know somebody. Now, that's very exciting and can be addicting. So yeah, you do have to be careful about,
Jojo, it's nowhere near there.
how quick you're jumping into things.
That's what I'm saying. It's way too quick, and I recognize that in myself. And I'm like, whoa, whoa, whoa. And plus, ain't nobody got time for that. I got shit to do. I don't have time to talk to anybody. Like, I talk to everybody all day long with work. You know what I mean? Like, I do all of these things, and I just have so much on my plate. Like, I'm forgetting shit, and I've got lists of lists and lists on lists on lists of doing things. I'm writing stuff down, and all of a sudden, like, I'm over here making these fucking scenarios. I'm having a whole ass imagination ship with this dude, and he ain't even a part of it. You know what I mean? He ain't even in there yet. You know what I mean? I'm like, calm down, crazy. I had to put my crazy up. It was showing. Yes, I did say imagination ship because I'm a Pisces, and that's what we do, right? We fantasize.
Well, I wish you the best of luck. Don't
Thanks,
don't-
Jojo.
don't blow it. You know what I mean? Don't let the crazy in your head get in the way of, something potential. I mean, sure, I understand you want to take it slow, but at the same time, don't go missing opportunities. Because it is very possible for people to miss out for fear of missing out. You know what I mean?
Look, I'm not having FOMO. I'm having. Look, girl, you need to slow your roll. You need to calm down, and you need to act like an empress. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you can't be chasing that energy. You got to stand in your power and do what you need to do. And if it's bound to be, it's bound to be. And there's a time for those feelings to arise, and it's just way too soon. Just way too soon. Way too soon. And I recognize that, and I'm like, oh, hell no. And I put myself in check, and I've been dealing with that and working on myself there. You know what I mean? Like,
Pop quiz.
yes.
Well, I mean that.
Ask Jason about pop quizzes. You just had a pop quiz.
Yeah, I mean, the easiest thing to do, if you get to the point where you're feeling like that, the easiest thing to do is just go back to doing the things that you need to do by yourself for yourself. Focus on that. Either that or find something that you really enjoy doing.
Boom.
And go do that for a bit. Make sure that, you're turning your attention to yourself. I've been doing the same thing. So
guess who just had 2 cups of tension tamer tea with Manuka? Hell yeah.
there you go.
You've seen what the last 3 weeks have been like for me, Crystal. Well, Bray did a reading last night that blew me out of the water. And then she did one again this morning, and that blew me out of the water. It's like,
how's she doing?
She looks like she's lost a lot of weight. So
she sounded pretty, happy and
but she
going at it.
Lost a lot of weight too.
Yeah. I know she said today that she was going to they had a date night and were going to play or go to the arcade or something. I mean, she had been telling stories about that. So
nice.
I don't know. I'm still sitting here doing nothing. I have been zapped. All right. Well, last week, Miss Casey, y'all did that, detachment from me or whatever. And so this week I felt pretty good, but here over the past few days, I'm slowly starting to wind down from it. I mean, I don't feel bad or anything or sick. I feel like I'm just drained. But I've been doing a lot of meditation and study and working on things.
Grounded. Maybe do a little extra grounding.
Yeah, I've been outside in the cold, my bare feet, meditating outside every day.
Yeah.
I don't have a grounding pad, but I'm not right now. I'm trying to save up money for things, so I'm not spending any extra money. I got goals, things to do.
I found a grounding pad for $25, and I use it for Tinky now. It's funny because she avoids it. I put it on her bed, on her sleeping area. She'll wiggle and squirm until she's off of it. So I don't know what it is.
Hey, darling Lisa, how are you doing, ma'am? And Jason.
There's Jamo. There he is. Yay!
Had another crazy day. What's up?
Not much.
Oh. Is somebody shuffling cards?
Nope.
Not much. Oh, we all know that sound.
Yeah.
I can smell it.
And all of my search through different printers, there's not one printer that I found that addresses that issue, the sound that comes. I mean, slapping together pieces of cardboard is going to make a little bit of sound anyway, but I know there's so many different coatings for paper products and packaging and things like that, and I've worked in printing for almost 3 decades now.
Yeah, JoJo, the deck that I got from Tyler, the one that he signed and sent to me, he fucking pardon me, I don't mean to cuss, sorry.
I can care less.
He they're like butter, dude. They shuffle like so lightweight. They're so just crisp and new, and they're like fluffy almost. The card.
Yeah, and see, there's really there are really good types of paper and materials that you can use for that. Yeah, and there are different kinds of coatings that you can get on them.
Right, and I was thinking that it's such a shiny. It's such a
and none of the places that you can go that I've been searching on, none of them address that. You can get a premium coating, but it doesn't say anything about sound. There's got to be a coating out there that you can put on a cardstock that will reduce that particular sound, because as Casey said, we all know that sound.
Yeah.
And over a microphone, it can be troublesome.
I suppose.
But the thing is, too, if you get good enough coating on there, these wear so fast.
Yeah, because they shuffle so many times. Yeah.
And it's like, that's what I remember telling you. If you can get something, I would pay extra for cards that have a really good coating on them that'll extend the life, Well,
it'll extend the life, but every time you put a coating on there, depending on what it is, it can be really, really thick. And when the printers are looking at that, they have to figure out exactly how thick that's going to be, how to cut it, how to make sure that the edges are smooth, and then stack together. Like, does the card pack come with a book? How thick is the book? How big does that packaging need to be? These are all the things that make graphic artists drink. I know, because I've been doing it for years, and now that I'm actually in the process of trying to make a deck and produce one, it's just
mind-boggling
the amount of details that you got to go through to produce.
Yeah. to get an MVP, a minimal viable product.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And right now, I'm working on the artwork for all the Pinnacle cards. So,
Dude, I know more about business and shit that I ever in my life thought I would now. It's so weird. It's the weirdest feeling. Speaking of hey Casey, Sistar, I could teach you a real simple way to remote view, and then I can give you an app. Can you put RV tournament in the chat, Casey? Just RV tournament. It's an app. It's RV and then tournament. It's an app that you can use for like practice.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Ooh.
really cool.
there you go,
Really
Jack.
cool.
I am just blown away how that even the remote viewing stuff is expanding and growing. You know?
Yeah, we had fun Tuesday night in class, huh? That was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Really incredible how much detail we all got, little pieces of the same jigsaw puzzle, but it wasn't a puzzle, it was a room. It was a camera actually was the focus of it, but it was a picture of the room with the camera in it. So
Well, I thought it was funny because I'm seeing a outline of a house, and then but it was like a maze or something. It would shift and turn, so it was changing perspectives. It was zooming in and out and stuff, and it was an old camera, one of them ones that has the folding things that go in and out. It was an old camera, and then I saw something lime and something purple, the opposite, and I just was blown away with the details that were coming through, and it's like, wow. I think it's Uranus. It's in your 8th house, which is psychic house. It's my 10th career house. Yeah.
what's happening with Uranus?
She says,
Did you ever notice that is a very popular planet on this particular channel?
I sure did. I love Uranus.
yeah.
Oh my goodness gracious! I love Uranus.
But it's like, this expansion and growth this month is just, and then all the things that Derek has told me, Ray was telling me along the same things. I had to laugh last night because she says, you are going through some major spiritual growth and upgrades. She goes, I don't see how that's possible. I said, huh? Apparently she's seen me on a higher level than I see myself,
Yeah.
But I had to laugh. But I had an epiphany yesterday that one of the reasons I procrastinated, I've never developed a class before.
Oh, well, Lori Sheffer is putting together a workshop for practitioners to be able to build workshops and classes. Lori Sheffer, Kelly Kristen, and Allison. They're all teachers. They're special ed teachers, actually.
So I'm going through 3 or 4 books right now and trying to come up with the basics, making notes and stuff and comparing things. And did you watch that one I sent you on the lady talking about clearing things?
No, I haven't had a chance to watch hardly anything. Oh my gosh. This week was majorly stressful. The site was down the other day, and oh my gosh, it was a server error. So that was really crazy, and just there's been a lot of changes, and with my own digging it, catching myself, and recognizing old behavioral patterns, and checking myself, with all of that, and then everything going on, like. I had a tension headache this afternoon and had to take a nap, took some ibuprofen and took a nap. And I haven't had that in a long time. But, a lot, it's just myself. It's just me. You know what I mean? I'm stressing on shit I shouldn't be stressing on.
Well, I had an epiphany yesterday that part of my problem is is I need to embrace my power, but I've had blockages for stepping into my power because of the fear of abuse of power. So it's
And
like,
that's I mean that's something. I mean, at least you recognize what it is that's keeping you stuck, and you recognize the blockage. You know, every time I recognize any kind of blockage, I boom work on it right away, and I realized how quickly I've been able to work through it lately. I'm like, this is magnificent. It's quick, but it's a whole ass ride.
When you get to those deeper ones, though, it's not so easy to go through. I know. I mean, mine's been organization, and I can definitely understand, you know, procrastinating. It's not that I'm trying to procrastinate. It's just getting organized, paperwork. Oh, sweet mother of Buddha.
I hear you there.
I would rather have an unanesthetized vasectomy and root canal at the same time than do paperwork.
That'd be
And
interesting.
again, delegate. Maybe hire somebody to come in once a week to file things for you.
I'm finally able to delegate, so that has been really that has been really amazing. It's a great thing, but it's a change. So I'm training a new lady, and we're having Joanna come back Mondays and Fridays, and we're changing up a bunch of the other marketing stuff, and there's so much. It's
and
wonderful.
Being the creative type, it's something about the drudgery and the monotony of, you know.
Yeah, I tell you what, building documents and Excels and taking notes on notes are not my favorite job. But I get to talk to practitioners all day. And
the universe doesn't mean for us to know and do everything, you know?
Yeah. I mean, that's where I rely on my strengths, is doing the creative side. And yeah, Casey, you're right. Mars did finally go direct in Gemini, and I've been highly, highly energized. So I've gotten a lot of stuff done, but it's now I'm fighting all the little personality quirks, you know, the little idiosyncrasies of, you know, trying to fight myself to get past certain little hurdles.
Oh yeah, I totally get that.
It's like laundry. I will color separate, I will wash, I will transfer from the washer into the dryer, and then I'll get it all the way up to where I've taken everything out of the dryer. Now, laying the clothes flat and putting them up from there, for some reason, that is where my laundry enthusiasm stops dead in its tracks. And I don't know why. Everything else is fine, but there's just certain things that I'm trying to work on here, because for everything that I've got planned, I've got to get organized together, you know, handle tactic. And Miss Casey pointed out over the past couple of weeks that, you know, I've got to be proud of myself for the actual, you know, good things that I'm doing, and the powers that I have, and that I ought to be proud of myself for like even making lists, because I get up every day and make lists of things.
That's discipline right there. That right there is a major skill.
Well, it's a skill, but that's one of those things. It's like, if I don't do that, then stuff isn't getting done, and I'm not getting paid, and therefore JoJo doesn't have snacks. JoJo doesn't have power.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, so that's something that I've developed over, you know, the adult years, and it's easy to do when there's a system already in place. But here, I think one of the big things I've come up against is that I'm having to create the system. You know.
Yeah, exactly. And that's exactly what we're doing. Like, this has never been done before. So we are literally, I mean, this is a niche that has just not been, you know, we're Star Trek, you know. like we are journeying to new and uncharted territory. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Look, Darlene Lisa loves doing laundry. Well, Darlene, I think you're up north. You come down here to the deep south and do laundry for me, and I'll do all the readings you want, paint you all the pretty pictures you want.
She managed in a laundromat for years. My daughter came over. She brought like 6 loads of clothes. She overloaded my washer. She threw it all in the dryer, and she was trying to sleep because she had to go to work Sunday night. The dryer ran for 3 hours, and the clothes were still wet because she overloaded the dryer. I tried telling her that. I said, try splitting them and drying them. She goes, no, you're right. Dryer just takes too long. You can't overload the washer and dryer and then expect them to dry fast. It's crazy.
Yeah, I solved that by taking everything out. Like right now, it's winter, so I've got a bunch of winter clothes, which are a little bit thicker and heavier, right?
Yeah.
Sweatshirts and sweaters and what have you. And so I take all of that, the heavy stuff, and I'll wash it together, and then the upstairs of my house looks like a true bachelor pad because I'll have shirts and sweatshirts, sweaters either laid out or hanging everywhere, and to dry instead of putting them in the dryer. I'll let them dry that way and then put them in the dryer and fluff them up. And I've got my stupid little systems. Well, they're not stupid, but I've got my little,
your little quirks on how you do things.
You should see some of my lists. They are emojied up. I got check marks, red dots, and sparkles.
It's like, okay, well, I'm sitting here eating popcorn right now, which I probably shouldn't do talking to no mic. But every time I eat popcorn, and I get funny looks if I go to the movies this way, I always eat popcorn with chopsticks.
Oh my God.
The reason I eat them with chopsticks is so you keep the butter and the salt and all that from getting on your hands.
Yeah.
Right. And I will get the most insane looks when I go to the movie theater and take out a set of chopsticks and put it in the thing. And people always look at me funny until I'm sitting there in the theater eating something, and they're looking over and they're like, wow, that guy's crazy for eating it that way. And then they realize that they've got that movie theater butter all over their hands. And I'm like, yeah, uh-huh.
Even using chopsticks is a form of discipline.
Well, chopsticks are easy. I mean, that's again, when it comes to my survival and my, baser needs, I'm going to do what I have to do to love myself. I'm going to have my popcorn. I'm going to have power. I'm going to have my internet. I'm going to have, these things that I find so essential. I'm just, trying to take the necessary steps to get out of my comfort zone and rise above all of that to handle, I've already handled the crap with the lawyer, with the LLC and getting that together and building something bigger.
Joe
It takes a lot.
Jesse, grab a napkin. Oh my God, she said.
It's just a thing. It's a personal pet peeve. Look, I'll tell you one of the reasons that I don't do that is because I never know when I'm going to be like, it's something I've hated since I was a kid, but because I work on so much artwork and because I, play guitar, bass, whatever, the guitars and the basses and the pieces of artwork, none of that stuff is cheap. If I'm working on a piece of artwork, it's going to look good and it's going to be pricey. But if I'm sitting there snacking at the time and I do eat popcorn, I don't want to take and get my hands dirty and then transfer that either onto the canvas or the piece of paper or turn around and pick up a guitar with a bunch of buttery, salty fingers. So it's just if I pick up a tarot deck, I make sure that I wash my hands, and usually if I'm picking up a tarot deck, I'm putting alcohol on my hands too, because I don't want my tarot decks all gunked up.
Yeah.
And it's one thing to get messy. Don't get me wrong. I can make a mess. That is not a problem, but it's not going to be with my greasy, fumbled up hands.
Right. Exactly.
I've been.
Jano, you're so quiet.
Yeah.
Are you still shuffling?
I'm still here. No, I wasn't shuffling.
Oh.
Jack hasn't learned to use chopsticks. Neither have I, Jack.
It's not that hard. You can, as a matter of fact, they make trainer chopsticks now that have got the little spring set on them.
Oh,
I learned when I was a little kid. It's just one of those things. Where I lived, we always went and had, we always went and had Chinese food, and I've always loved Chinese food and Oriental cuisine of any kind. So
Me too.
I learned to use chopsticks when I was really, really young. I remember this waitress showed me. We went in there one day, and I told her I didn't want to use a fork. I wanted to use chopsticks. And she's kind enough to sit there and show me how to do it. So I've been doing it since I was like 4 or 5 years old.
well, there you go.
Oh yeah.
Hey, I need another 100.
And they really are quite useful for eating popcorn, or if you get like cheesy poofs or cheese balls. I know it sounds weird, and
But
it is
these
to a
balls,
certain
I can
degree.
understand. You get all that orange stuff all over your hands.
Exactly. I don't want that, and I don't. It's not. It's one thing to get it on your hands. Like I don't mind using a napkin or washing my hands. It's fine, but again, I don't want to get it on other things.
Right.
And, I don't want to mess up a picture or a painting or a drawing. I definitely don't want to get it on my guitars because thousands and thousands of dollars worth of equipment gunked up by cheesy poof dust or butter and salt from popcorn. I think not, my fellow Americans. Somebody even get near my, Ibanez artist with a set of greasy hands, and then I'm going to be guilty of a crime.
Oh my goodness gracious. Casey, where'd you go?
Quick phone call.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, the past couple of weeks have been rather weird. I felt a lot more energized, but now I've gone through some stuff, and I've had some major revelations and realizations through meditation, and I don't know. The only thing I can equate it to is ascension sickness, because I looked it up.
Yeah, I went through about 2 months of that.
So it turns out that I had a reading, and they were like, your energy, your growth was so rapid, that the reason that you were put in hermit mode, and why you had no energy, and why you went through that period, was because your body literally had to catch up.
Mm-hmm. Well, I know after I started. Now, once I started, I had this traumatic event and blow up and everything. That's what led to all this, right? But after that happened, I felt like I was in the bed for 4 months.
Oh, dude, I'm going on 2 years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm almost 2 years into the process now, but it's been a very, very slow growth because for the first 9 months, I didn't know what I was looking for or what I was doing.
How long have we known each other? A year and a half?
Yeah, it's been a while. It's
probably about a year, huh?
Yeah, because I found you in tarot chats, and it was right after I found tarot.
Yeah, at Frankie's.
When I first discovered tarot, was because that lady, there was a customer here, a client, and
Yeah,
Uh,
wanted the cards.
Yeah, she wanted this little odd looking country style, like just pure black line illustration deck. And I did that. And it was through the research of that and learning how to do it that I discovered tarot. Because before, all I ever did was meditate and, you know, didn't even really have a good, clear definition of that. And so, but it was right after, it was during that period of study that I found tarot in the chat rooms, and then right after that's when I met you.
Yeah. Speaking of, I haven't seen no meditation videos lately, dude.
Yeah, I've got I'm working on the series of different megahertz videos.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And so I'm trying to
Beats.
That's good.
right, and so I'm trying to I've run into a little hiccup because there was an update for my Mac, a pretty severe one for the operating system. And now the MIDI keyboard that I use, the company that makes it hasn't come out with an update or patch. So I can't use my MIDI keyboard, and I'm having to do everything via in MIDI anyway, by using my actual keyboard as a musical keyboard. And so I have to sequence everything together that way. I've invented cuss words over the past 3 weeks because I really don't want to spend an extra, $200 on another MIDI controller keyboard. I mean, I've got a perfectly good one sitting right here that the company hasn't supported yet. So, but the videos are coming because I'm working on there's a whole series of, like I said, frequency-based music meditation videos that are at different megahertz, all the way up and down the scale. I can tell you the exact ones that I'm using. I think I've got 174 and 324 maybe up.
432 hertz is perfect.
The list I'm working on, I've got a new one for 174 that removes pain. 285 influences the energy field.
Nice.
369 it's supposed to help you with fear and guilt. 417 hertz brings about or helps you change or bring about changes. 432, that's 417, helps change. 432 is supposedly a miracle tone of nature.
Exactly. That's why I said 432, yo.
528 supposedly repairs DNA and cell structures within the body. 639 is supposed to help you with relationships and how you relate to other people. 741 awakens your intuition. 852 attracts your soul tribe. 963 is the level that's supposed to connect you with light and spirit.
Mm-hmm.
And so, but for each of those tones, like if I pick a megahertz tone, I had that tone and then I split that. So I've got a left channel and a right channel. That's where the binaural part comes from. And it makes a wave pattern based on what you hear in the left ear and the right ear. And then based on whatever note those tones hit, then I have to write the music around that note being the main tone of it. So you have to walk scale wise up and down all the way around that particular tone.
Yeah.
So that's what's taking me so long to upload things. So get off my butt. I'm sitting over here. I'm doing my thing. I'm eating my popcorn with chopsticks. Suck it, Crystal.
Sometimes you might just need a little bit of encouragement.
I'm working on it.
What, get encouragement? I'm right here encouraging you. Go, JoJo. Go, Brojo. Go.
Yeah, I know. Y'all are gonna love me all the way to the top, and doing so is gonna. Yeah, you're not gonna always that doesn't always involve the nice motherly kind of love. It takes some tough love to get somebody to, you know,
Do it.
Yeah.
Go do it. Go build your dreams.
Yeah.
I will forever be a cheerleader of anyone who is out there accomplishing their dreams. And I mean, if you may not be able to hear me, but trust me, I am clapping.
Oh, I know.
Anyone
And I
chasing their
appreciate
dream,
it.
working on it.
Right now, I think I'm going through a weird period. It's why I feel like I'm updating so much because, or leveling up, I guess, because I'm trying to change so many different aspects of my life. You know, I'm trying to clear my space and make this house my own, organized my way, trying to purge everything and simplify it so it's easy and it's not distracting for my happy little Gemini ADHD butt. And, you know,
Bro,
so
I get it.
changing my life that way, changing food, diet, changing my exercise routines, changing my schedule, and then working on the deck, keeping up with Rest Mojo. I'm just firing on all 8 cylinders. And this week it's been good, but it's like the universe, I don't know, somehow energy. I'm supposed to be all fired up with Mars energy, but it's like the universe just sounded just like my grandma and told me to go get a switch.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had about 2 months straight of being sick a few months back. I've felt good ever since, though.
Good. I'm glad you're feeling better.
Yeah. But yeah, that was ascendant sickness.
Yeah. Casey, how you feeling?
I'm. It's kind of weird. I don't know. The last 2 weeks I've kind of just pushed it aside, but I know that I got the shampooer upstairs without passing out. I had 2 little strips of carpet in my bedroom that I shampooed without passing out. Got it back downstairs. Everything didn't pass out. So that to me is a huge accomplishment. So I'm getting better.
Good. That is a huge accomplishment.
I'm worried about stopping smoking to the list.
Same.
I want to stop smoking. I need to stop smoking. I mean,
You need to stop.
Besides health reasons, it's also quite expensive to smoke.
Yeah.
And,
Oh yeah.
I'm just like, okay, I've got plenty of reasons to do it. And
So what kind of affirmation can you put out there for the stopping smoking?
That the 5 different innocent families of 6 that I would normally kill with being denied nicotine don't really matter to my life that much. How about that?
I would say thank you, universe, for helping. Thank you, universe, for my ability to quit smoking.
Yes, ma'am. I'm working on it. I did go to a sister. Normally I roll or inject my own cigarettes. I have a little machine or whatever, and I've been buying cigarettes, but I went back to injecting my own cigarettes. So now if I want a cigarette, I actually have to make the thing. So I'm thinking about putting that out. And they say it only takes 3 or 4 days for it to work out of your system, and after there it goes downhill. You know, it gets easier.
Yeah, my dad's side of the family, they had it was all alcohol and smoking addictions, and they all passed away young. So I changed that.
Yeah, both of my parents smoked, and I mean, both of my parents were heavy chain smokers. I spent my childhood walking around in a cloud of smoke and in a car filled with smoke, you know. I remember back in the 70s, anybody that was around then knows there was an ashtray everywhere. They would put an ashtray on anything. I got McDonald's ashtrays. I've got
Golden.
Coca-Cola brand Zippo lighters. I mean, they had ashtrays at the movie theater in the seats. They had them in the bathrooms.
I know.
I mean, there was an ashtray every time you turned around. So,
Oh yeah.
but
Right.
yeah, it's what started me. And then my parents had the nerve to get ticked off at me when they found out that I smoked. And I was like, you've been doing nothing but filling my lungs with secondhand smoke and nicotine, you know, since I was born. And now all of a sudden you're going to tell me, oh, no, you shouldn't
Do as I
that.
say, not as I do.
Oh, man.
My dad was a smoker, and I remember him going from cigarettes to a pipe to chew, and finally got off smoking.
Yeah, I'll smoke unless I have to be on a job site or somewhere where I can't smoke, and then I'll go for pouch tobacco.
Yeah.
You know, but I've got to get rid of nicotine in my life somehow. So
You do.
it's that's the next evolutionary step. The only reason I'm worried about it doing it right now is because of everything that I've got going on. Because Lord knows I've already got, you know, 9 ones and 10 ones sitting on there. So if I add that,
Oh,
if I add that in right now, I'm worried. Honestly, I'm worried about my temperament.
honestly, you just gotta pull the trigger sometime.
Yeah, I thought about trying to stop and take a couple of days off and just lock myself in this house, find a bunch of little extra crap to do, make sure there are no extra snacks or anything in the house, and, you know, just bite the bullet and go for it. Just go cold turkey. And if I can make it to the 3rd or 4th day, I think I'll be all right.
And let me know that you're okay. Eric's blowing up my phone, wondering what the heck's going on. So give me a call, please.
But I will say this to all the kids out there: no, you shouldn't smoke, but you should try it once, because cigarettes do taste like happy and they are very, very cool. They just are.
Hmm.
And yes, Sterling, Lisa, I saw your I saw your comment back there. JoJo, it's okay, get messy. Listen,
How you
Like-
doing? Fine.
you come on down to Bama, dear, and I will change your life. I'll cook for you, do all the artwork you want, and you help me. I'll help you with your trouble areas. You help me with mine.
Get a room, you two. I'm just kidding.
And I hope you're not allergic to cats, because there's one walking around this house somewhere that's 4 pounds lighter than Iowa.
I am allergic to cats, and I need one. Tinky's old. Tinky has been the best mouser ever that I have ever seen in my life. But she's old now, and she doesn't want to move. And I think the last few days she hasn't been feeling real good. I got a damn mouse running around in here, and it's not going for any of the mouse traps or anything. It's like, I need to borrow somebody's cat.
Well, I don't, Darlene, Lisa, I don't mind messy. That's one of the big issues that I'm fighting is I'm not really messy. I just have very organized piles, and I'm under an avalanche of other people's stuff that I inherited. I inherited a bunch of mess, and so I'm trying to purge everything of that. But yeah, bring it on. Come on down, girl.
Get a private chat, you two.
Shut up. This isn't a matter of flirting. This is a matter of, you know what? I'll wash the clothes, but when I get them to that stage and I've got the clothes laid out, something about putting them up is my
Skip the
Achilles heel.
DMs, go straight to the Zoom call. You know you want to.
I know I don't have a camera off of this computer right now, and I know you can't see it, Crazy Crystal, but right now you are number one.
Bro,
And
guys,
it's it with the
flipping
most.
me off. Hey, I'm
Um,
not trying to be a blocker, guys. I'm really not. I'm just giving you shit because you're over there. Yeah, come on down to Bama. Let's get messy. Blah, blah, blah.
oh, by saying, come on down to Bama and help me get clean and organized.
Oh,
That's what I'm trying to do.
maybe, spiritual chat is, well, I mean, it might be a good place to meet people like that, but maybe, don't be on the live when you're doing it. I don't know. Just playing. I don't care. I'm just talking shit.
Yeah. I mean, I generally try not to invite people to meet, Mighty Joe Young over a YouTube chat. But hey, if you're going to take it that way, then
You guys, my mom and dad were cousins.
well, they would have fit right in Alabama.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things. Like if I play games online or whatever, I've got friends all over the earth, and they constantly give me crap about being from Alabama. Oh, you down there kissing on your sister? No, I'm not kissing on my sister. I'm the neglected one. Damn it! In a state full of people that apparently are all incestuous, I'm an only child. So I certainly was neglected.
If I go back and look at my history, clear back to the Mayflower, cousins have married cousins. Clear back to the Mayflower. Yeah.
Oh, I mean, that's precisely where blue bloods came from, was royalty that had inbred so much into the family.
Yes, that's where they had to marry within the royalty, Yeah.
Jack Wolf.
Oh, my smile muscles hurt. I was laughing so hard.
Crimson Tide, those are cuss words. You can't say that. That Crimson Tide, Roll Tide, no. War Eagle, baby. If I hear one more redneck scream roll down, you wouldn't believe the amount of belly aching I heard this year because Alabama didn't make it into the national championship playoffs. Oh my God. There's 8 million people down here squawking, all that have only got 3 teeth. Not one of them could actually make it past junior high level, much less high school or into the University of Alabama. And they're all ticked off because Alabama didn't make it into the national championship playoffs this year. War Eagle.
How about the Chiefs? I don't really care. I'm just saying the name. I'm pretty sure they're going to the Super Bowl, though.
I think that it's kind of funny because so my mom's generation, my dad's generation married like cousins, and then all of us kids, we all married into the Hispanic culture. It's like instinctively we knew that we needed to get out of there in order to strengthen the gene pool.
Yeah. You gotta watch that down here in the deep south. There's a couple of people they done peed in the gene pool.
There's pee in the gene pool here. There's pee in the dating pool, that's for sure. Oh Lord.
I mean, a big sign next to the mansion when I get it, have a big sign right next to the pool and say, "Here, welcome to the OOL." OOL. Notice there's no P in it. Let's keep it that way.
Right. Casey, have you done any one-on-one energy exchanges with anybody?
No.
Just go to the contact list and reach out. I'm really pushing those these days. And oh, guess what? I'm creating a work. Me and Derek are going to work together and create a workshop. We're going to collaborate on it for for empowerment and spiritual self esteem. I would say that I have a little bit of knowledge in those areas.
Yeah.
Thank you guys for hanging in there while I found myself.
Well, yeah.
We're all going through it.
Yes, we are, and that's a lifetime process. It never stops.
Right. Exactly.
Oh, I feel like I've had a I don't know. Over the past couple of years, I've had literally a violent surge of it. I mean, it's what a friend of mine calls the squeeze. When people find their, path or whatever, and they actually start doing spiritual work, they start doing shadow work. For one, shadow work sucks. It is. Shadow work can kiss my unwashed ass.
Well,
however,
you see,
it's worth doing it.
Huh?
It's worth doing it. But the problem is, and so many people get intimidated. That's why there's so many people out here trying to help others, because when you first start doing it, there's a ton of it to do. And over time, I'm 2 years in. Almost 2 years in. And so it's getting easier for me, as I learn things and I learn more and more and more about myself and what, I'm trying to find myself and make myself truly happy and be truly conscious of myself, so that I can then produce these tools and use my skills to help other people do it. Right. And so it does get easier over time. But when you first start, there is an absolute tsunami of shadow work to do. And it sucks. So that when you first figure it out, it's just tower after tower after tower after tower after tower. It's just tearing your life up.
Right.
Emotionally, physically, financially, mentally. You just get broken down in 8,000 different ways. And
I know.
You're doing this for 45 years.
Yeah.
Well, see, it's not like shadow work gets any easier. It's just the amount of it. When you first start, you don't realize all the crap that you've built up. And so when you start doing it again, there's just it's like a bottleneck of it. And then it takes a while to process all of that.
I promise, it gets easier and it gets faster.
It does.
Look, I'm doing work like overnight, literally. I mean, and solving something, or it might take a couple of days. I'm literally processing in just a couple of days. When I first started really digging in, well, here, I say when I first started, but then again, I've been in therapy for years. You know what I mean? So I've been doing it for a very long time, a very, very long time. When I first started my spiritual stuff and really started digging in there, because I not only did whenever I really started on my spiritual journey, I not only did my shadow stuff, but I was also drawn to go through and get more mental health and to be able to really deal with my problems. Because a lot of that just stemmed from all that old trauma and shit. So I had to learn how to heal all of that and dig down to the roots of all that. And I promise you, it gets easier.
Well, I know it does. I mean, after doing it for 2 years, because I actually started all of this probably about maybe 10 and a half, 11 years ago.
Yeah.
And that was when I was married, and my wife, she was having troubles and she was going ballistic. Which that was her own troubles, and there were a little bit of body chemistry and hormone issues there as well. And but I was having bad reactions to it. I was losing my temper in a bad way. I wasn't hitting anybody, but man, I did a lot of sheetrock repair. And so that's when I went to the therapist and they shoved a pill in my mouth.
Same, bro. Same for years.
And,
I had a barrage of those mofos.
right, and the pills ended up causing the big tower moment. The pills,
More damage. Yeah.
yeah, they did a ton of damage to me. So then, so I've been searching for answers to find peace with them for a long time, and I've meditated. It was after I started going to the therapist and stuff that I found meditation, and that helped me a little bit, but it never had that spiritual side. It was more of just kind of getting to that woo-saw place of
Right. I tell you what,
calm.
a few good resources on YouTube. Therapy in a Nutshell, Psych to Go, Dr. Tracy Marks, and she also gives natural alternatives that that can help alleviate things like seasonal depression or anxiety or whatever. She's
Right.
pretty fast. And I can't think, but there was some more spiritual science. That's a really good one. And there are other resources too. I mean, you can always go to Evolve Me.
Well,
I mean, we've
I
got
do.
at least, I think we've got five psychics or mediums, readers that are also, their day job is therapy and psychology. You know what I mean?
Right.
So
And see, and that's ironically enough, that's actually how I found all of this, because after I blew up, it turned out it was a problem with my pancreas. The medicines had caused some cysts on my pancreas and my liver. And I got that cleared up, but they changed my medicine. I went through, I had to have surgery, did the whole spiel there. I got myself physically free of those types of medications and
I
started
think I knew you before you had surgery.
Yeah, you did. And they it was right about that time that I started looking at it from a psychological standpoint about attachment styles and interpersonal relationships, and
the crappy childhood fairy for interpersonal relationships.
Exactly. Dealing with old traumas and abandonment issues and this.
You know
and
what I'm saying? There's a YouTube channel called the Crappy Childhood Fairy for interpersonal relationships, traumas, shit like that.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, I came at it from that angle, and that led me to attachment styles and things like that. And then, and that again, I was in a bad place, and I had just barely, I'd finally gotten up out of the bed, basically. And once I did that, that's when the universe handed me this tarot deck to draw and said, here's a little old lady from Columbiana, Alabama that wants her own custom tarot deck. Do it. And that's what led me into, the more spiritual side of it. And it's, I mean, things have gotten better since. And so it does get easier over time. But there's still a lot to go through. And I know it's a process that will never end and never stop. But I think that people, right when they first start doing shadow work, and they first figure out that, wow, that really is work. There really is something to this. And shadow work really does, suck both of these nuts. It just it's terrible.
That's why I recommend that book, The Dark Side of the Light Chasers by Debbie Ford. She revolutionized that work.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a bunch of resources out there. And there's a bunch of, not just therapists on there. There's a bunch of trauma informed readers. Oh my gosh, man, there's just a bunch of resources on there. There's blogs, there's forums, there's the blogs. You can read all about like different kinds of things. Energy, like, you name it. There's so many things on there. I think a lady talks about some screw bean. There's a blog about screw bean and screw bean mesquite, I think it is, and how to use it. There's just all kinds of stuff. Like, I can't even express how cool it is.
Yeah.
And we're just a little baby site right now. We're like 2 months old. The site itself,
Well, this does go hand in hand with therapy. I mean, I've after after I blew up, I saw my therapist because of the medicines that the place gave me. They gave me a bunch of different. Um, Take care of yourself, Jano. Jay, yes.
Have a good night, Jano. Thanks for being here, hon.
The after
Good
I
night,
got
Tina.
done with that, they gave me a bunch of free therapy, trying desperately not to get sued, and so I took advantage of that, and then that stopped, and I felt okay. I was doing good, and I'd found tarot, I'd found light work, and now I've decided to continue with therapy. I even did some hypnotherapy.
It'll help you with your shadows.
Yeah, it
Because that's
does.
what that is.
Well, the
Those are those
hypno,
beliefs that we build up around ourselves, and those things that we build up around ourselves due to whatever traumas we've experienced on our path, on our journey. Sometimes there's a lot to unpack, and there's nothing wrong with some therapy.
oh yeah, there's some dark stuff out there. I mean, I knew that 10, 11 years ago, and because even then I knew that I might be intelligent, but I am not smart enough to navigate everything emotionally that I need to navigate
Right.
without it's like it would be like trying to find it'd be like trying to drive from here to San Francisco without taking a map.
Well, it wouldn't be part of the adventure. It wouldn't be part of the journey if it was easy,
Right.
School
And
for Earth.
I mean, some people have problems asking for directions. I, on the other hand, don't. I do not care.
That's because you're the divine feminine.
Well, I mean, don't get me wrong, my empress robe does match my beard. Uh, but I mean, it's been a long journey to try to find peace. And back in before everything went haywire, right at 2008, I quit my job as an art director and went to work for myself because I got tired of making money for other people. And my income tripled overnight, and I was doing really good. And my wife at the time and I bought this house, and we were on our way. We were doing good things, and then after that, just so many things went wrong. And I know it was part of my path. I know now, yes, it all happens for me, not to me. But my God, does it feel like it was done to me?
Okay, who is Balance? Who
Huh?
is somebody's trying to join the stream, but I want to check who it is first. Who's Balance?
What's their name?
BALANZ.
I have no idea.
What the hell? Welcome.
Hello.
Back. Hello.
Hey, this is Lance Benefield.
Oh,
What's up?
Okay. I wasn't sure because we've had a couple surprises lately.
Surprises is an understatement.
Yeah. Wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm listening.
How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. I'm just listening to y'all talking about shadow work. And yeah, shadow work. I think shadow work is a daily thing. Like, what you think about, like certain things, like in your past that you'll reflect on. And then even in conversation, if you're in a relationship, certain triggers that a person can say you can feel offended by, but at the same time, it's not them trying to offend you. It's basically you offending yourself.
Right.
So
Exactly.
It
It's
really
exactly
is.
where
That's what I was talking
the
about.
triggers.
You
Your
know,
triggers. Oh, sorry.
because I made a comment on somebody's Instagram, and it was an innocent comment, and they took it wrong, and it triggered them. So it's like, okay, well, I'd like to sit down and have a one-on-one conversation with this person and maybe we could work through why it triggered them. But I'm sure they'll probably bite my head off. So we don't do that.
Well, yeah, exactly. The triggers are exactly where you need to look. That's the breadcrumb to the trail that you have to go down to find out why you reacted the way you reacted, and to find that and heal that part of you. To, a lot of times it's down deep in the inner child, and you have to like hug them and do something nice for them and tell them it's okay. You got this. You got it now.
Yeah, and not even on a spiritual level or a personal shadow work level, but
But
the
yeah,
fact is you are responsible in the real world, in the 3D, for your own actions. So the big part of it for me, being an air sign and a tempered one at that, I had to. That's precisely what was. I was headed for trouble, big trouble, because I could not. I got to the point where I could not control my own emotions, and again, I learned a lot about sheetrock repair, which was a blessing in its own way. But I was going down that path, and if I couldn't be responsible for my own actions, it was going to get me into some serious trouble. And so,
try going through menopause, honey.
yeah, no,
I did something that I will regret for the rest of my life. I hurt somebody, and it shocked me to the core that I was able to do that.
yeah.
It was the most horrific thing in my life.
I'm still over here. Like, if you still think that 3D is the real world, then I see where you're at.
Yeah.
Well, you know what I'm saying, though. It's there are consequences for things in this life, and I mean,
There's consequences for everything.
well,
Yes.
there are, but having a bad letting your triggers and your anger and reacting to things or overreacting to things, that
I'm gonna tell y'all a trippy story.
all right.
Like one time, like, all right, my father, I grew up with a single mother, you know what I'm saying? In a single mother household. She had 7 children. And my auntie, my father's sister, used to come and get me. And my father had like 8 children that I know of outside, like in the city of Montgomery, Alabama. And my auntie used to get us since we was little and bring us to my grandmother's house, my father's mother, and I knew my brothers and sisters that I would have never known, right? So I used to cry all the time when I used to go over there, this part of the shadow work, right? So I used to cry when I used to go over there, and some used to always calm me. Like, I used to be calm and stuff. So one night, and I always used to think I was talking to God, you know what I'm saying, or an angel or something when I was younger. So one night, like I say about 5 years ago, I would listen to an audio that activates the pineal gland and creates astral travel when you sleep. So I was laying down, listening to the audio, and right between me being up and going to sleep, I went to when I was little at that house, at my grandmother's house, and I seen my young self, and I picked myself up and said, everything's gonna be all right. And when I woke the next day, I was like, yo, I thought that was God that used to come to me when I was little. I ain't know that was me in the future.
Yeah.
So
nice. That's badass.
It tripped me out. It was me the whole time that was calming myself. I realized
if you're activating a pineal gland and you're astral traveling, then you're not just doing it yourself. That's your higher self.
Yeah.
And it's very hard to learn to listen for that. It took me a long time to, but that's awesome that you were able to figure that out and do it. Kudos to you, my man.
Yeah, that blew my mind. It ain't like I was looking for that. It's like the universe told me that, like, yo, that was you the whole time. You thought it was God, but it was you. I was like, oh my goodness, like, how did I? It was tripping. Like, so people say time and space and like past, present, and future really is concurrent, like with, you know what I'm saying, what's going on. right now, like your soul is connected to many beings. I had one dream that I was flying with a legion of angels, and when I landed, everybody called me a certain name, and they was down to me, and I was like, "Hold up, is I'm a leader of a legion of angels?" You know what I'm saying? So shadow work is very important because you relieve, like to me, shadow work is adding light. Like the sun, raw, you add light to the dark parts of your
Exactly.
soul because I can cut somebody out in traffic in a dark spot that comes to my soul. I lose a soul fragment. Like somebody said, it's 613 facets of the soul. And I learned that through my spiritual work. And I found a person on YouTube that was talking about they went to hell when they thought they was going to die. And it was 613 realms of hell. I was like, oh my God. So if you lose soul fragments, you got to go to hell to get that soul fragment back. So by you
and there's
consciously, okay, I hear you.
There's different versions of what people think that is. You know, some people believe that part of hell is being here on earth. Some people believe that, you know, there was the Hades version where there were actually different versions. There was a different place called hell, but it had a section for heroes, which was considered heaven, and then there was the regular area, and then there was another area for bad people. And it's there are so many different man-made or man-written versions of it, but it's all about reclaiming and finding your true path and your soul. And so claiming those little soul fragments come back. And as well, and yes, shadow work is important. I've had to learn to deal with several triggers, and this is one. If you grew up anywhere near Montgomery, Alabama, then you know my own personal trigger of hearing somebody scream "Roll Tide." Oh,
Hey, I don't even like sports because of it. I don't even like sports.
But it's serious down here, is it not? I mean,
it's like Crips and Blood. It's gang banging.
Yeah, people are taught to say "Roll Tide" or "War Eagle" before they can even walk.
Yeah. I just came back in November 2022, and I was living in Los Angeles for like 12 and a half years.
Yeah.
Now I work in the mall here in Montgomery, and you know, I get racial profiled and stuff. It was this guy over like AP, they call like you know what I'm saying, protecting the assets of the company or whatever in the mall.
Right.
You know, so he looked at me and was like, let me watch this guy. And I'm like, hold up, people up in here stealing every day. Why you gotta watch me? Like, I'm not a thief, and I'm not here to steal. I just got a job. I just came from Los Angeles, and I'm here $4 shy of what I used to make in Los Angeles. You know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to get it together and make it work. So you racially profiling me, but at the same time, it's so much else that's going on. You know what I'm saying? But
there is. And
But
it will take something. Unfortunately, it will take something massive and probably unworldly for people to put down their, you know, ignorant prejudices that they have, especially down here. I mean, and it's not just.
I think he just seen a light in me. And he know my potential of leadership. So he was like, okay, we gotta watch him. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, I was saying that just to say, when you say the Roll Tide and the War Eagle and stuff, I was in LA for 12 years. When I come here and I'm like, this is why I left. You know what I'm saying? You know, I came back because my mother passed in 2020, I'll say 22. 2020, Mother's Day, May the 10th of 2020. And it took me 2 years to actually come back because I knew that her spirit wanted me to come back, because in LA, I grew so spiritually because I'm so comfortable here. I can live 2-3 months without a job, and family and folks would help me. But I
Right.
lived 12 years in LA and I had to make it myself. I matured. I'm way more responsible with money. Like I paid $15.60 for one bedroom apartment in LA. Now I'm in a 2 bedroom house right now paying $450. So my maturity and responsibility of money is different.
Yep.
But I knew I had to come back to show and teach my family the spiritual jewels I have. You know what I'm saying? Realize and accomplish. I have to walk by way of example. I had to be who I am and in their presence, because out there in California and LA, it's a lot of people proclaim to be this and that. And it's very looked over for people that is actually truly, honestly, was born here to be a spiritual being.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Well,
To be in the
that's a
presence.
big soul
Well,
calling too, to be a way shower, because it's one thing to be spiritual. It's quite another to try to you know, help guide people to raise the consciousness of mankind. Because you hear this all the time, especially if you see tarot, or if you see any of the light workers, any of the different multitude of light workers that are out there. They'll talk about either God, or Muhammad, or the universe, divine source, whatever you want to call it. And I know that it's a huge struggle here, because there just are not that many people that are spiritual here. They're and don't get me wrong, there are very devout, good, honest, hardworking Christians that are all over. And there's Christians, there's Muslims, there's people
Jojo, there's
everywhere.
millions of spiritual people, millions.
Well, yeah, but here, there's a huge lack of them. And
What? Where? Here? Where?
I don't think they show it.
Alabama.
Like in Alabama, yes. I'm in Montgomery.
Yeah,
I don't think they show it.
Exactly. It's sort of hidden.
You know why?
I've
Because
heard
it's
of it.
taboo. It's taboo in today's society. It's still taboo. But guess what? That's exactly what the new Earth is. That's exactly what's happening now.
The awakening.
People are coming out of that, and TikTok is huge for it. It's crazy over there.
Yeah, CC. I came back to Montgomery for that. You know, to be a, you know what I'm saying, a show, because I think since we live it, I think our best way, like I grew up, they saying I can show you better than I can tell you. Like they say, if you're a Christian or whatever, they say Jesus walked by way of example. So if we live the life and we show people how, and they get, you know what I'm saying, it's perfect. It's like a perfect picture. Like they knew me as being this. I went to LA for 12 years and I came back and I'm this person. And it's like, hold up. I remember this person used to be like this. If they can do it, I can do it.
Oh,
you
yeah.
See what I'm saying? It's like walking by way of example.
But that really is a good way to be, because I don't know if you've ever heard of the Indigo Children or Crystal Children, or what they are or what they do, but you might want to look that up a little bit, because it sounds kind of like you're on that path. But
yeah,
there
them,
are well, if you've ever heard the old cliche that you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink, that's sort of what spiritualism is. Yeah, because you can, the best way, what you're saying about being an example, that follows right in with that, because I think of spiritualism the same way. I can tell somebody about it. I can lead that horse to water, but once we get there, I can't make that person drink. I can't make that horse drink. So all I can do is drink the water myself, and eventually that horse is going to get thirsty. You know what I mean? And that's how we set the example, by drinking the water ourselves, living the life, doing the shadow work, really taking a good look at ourselves and our own traumas, problems, issues, whatever, internally, and solving those to become a better, more enlightened person, a more spiritual person, and just a better person for yourself and humanity and the universe overall. And by doing that, you're slowly but surely, person by person, raising the consciousness of the planet, which, as I think we just have passed the 8 billion mark. So it's a massive task. But like Crystal said, there is a massive awakening going on right now.
It'll be a little bit easier to find everybody in one place too.
Yeah.
Which is what we're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so much easier. It's so much easier than we actually think because my fiance is laying next to me right now. So we was in California, we was in LA, but we was amongst her family. My family's from Montgomery. She's from Iowa. So her family was in Los Angeles, and her sister was like, I'm gonna tell y'all, her sister was married to the Black Power Ranger, the old school Mighty Morphin Power Ranger. His character was Zach. He used to dance and stuff. So she already had this mentality like, oh, okay, we in LA, this and that. What is country bunking coming out here for? You know what I'm saying? So it was a lot of strife, and you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But so honestly, she thought that she looked better than my woman, and she thought that everybody wanted her, that I wanted her, and I'm like, why would I? You know what I'm saying? I'm out in Los Angeles. If I was going to cheat, I would cheat with somebody that my old lady don't even know. Why would I mess with you, her sister? You know what I'm saying?
Well,
So to me, I was playing country dumb, and I'm like, why is you thinking this, right? You know what I'm saying? So
yeah.
she was talking to her sister about me and this and that, and my old lady was gonna like actually break up with me. So I actually looked at a picture that I took on our way coming out there, moving out there, and we got out there in 2010. I took this picture in 2010. This was like 2020 or 21, end of 2020. So she was like, oh, what you gonna do, this and that? You ain't working this and that. I was like, it's a pandemic. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm getting unemployment. So my old lady kicked me out of the house for a week. She was like, go, you need to leave because this and that. And I'm like, what is going on? And I knew the energy was coming from her sister because there's two type of people. Angelic people or demonic people. People that willing to help you and people that want to see you suffer. So
Right.
I looked at that picture that we was on the way out here, and I say, hold up. I was saying like prayers in ancient like Arabic or whatever, the miracle prayer. I was saying the miracle prayer. They call it the animal core in Arabic. So I was looking at the picture, and I was kept saying to myself that we love each other, we love each other, we love each other. You know what I'm saying? I did that for like an hour. So my old lady came back one day after I got back. She told me to get out for a week. After I got back, she was like, is you doing spells and stuff on me? I was like, no. Just looking at that picture and having that genuine energy changed reality. It killed everything that her sister tried to do. And they went to the beach one time after that, and they got in an argument, and they ain't talked for over 2 years now. That ain't my doing. That's me giving light, giving like the energy that the Creator gave me within my soul to change my reality. And I gave love and energy to it. Because I'm like, hold up, we are not these people. You know what I'm saying?
Well, and everybody, even people that are low vibrational or you know, if they might be broken, they might have, you know, everybody's on a spiritual path, whether they know it or not. And so for those people that are, you know, trying to do evil and you know, just trying to, you know what I'm talking about, people that just try to cause misery in other people's lives. The thing is, you have to look at it. Yeah, I can use the Christian example. You can hate the sin, but not the sinner. You know, you just have to, and from the spiritual standpoint, you always have to realize that is somebody that is just not awake, and they're not. They are just not prepared to
True,
take
but
a
if they
look
hurt
at
you,
themselves, take accountability, and own what they got to do.
true, but if they hurt you, there's no reason to stick around and continue taking the abuse.
No, yeah,
You gotta
definitely.
respect yourself enough to know when to walk away. You know.
Yeah, and that's part of self-love, and that's a hard thing to learn sometimes, especially with the especially with the expectations of the world.
Exactly.
And
Well,
you have
that's why.
you have to
That's why.
determine your own expectations of the world as well, and
Right.
know
That's why
what
you
you're
have to
willing to put
please.
up with and what you're not willing to put up with. And it can be a tricky thing to do, especially when somebody's family.
Yeah.
That's exactly why you have to, shed those expectations of other people and live in your truth, stand in your power. If you know it's right, and you ain't hurting nobody, then,
Yeah.
and that's what you're supposed to be doing, then do it. It doesn't matter what.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you try
I
not to
heard
be
that,
mean about it, but I've told some people, I've had to cut some people out of my life by giving them some episodes of Stressing Me Street that were brought to them by the letters F and U. You got to go.
Bro, no.
Question everything. Find
Yeah.
your own truth.
I just learned tonight, I was watching something else like hours ago, and they said narcissistic people has calcified pineal gland. I was like, yo,
Yes, they
because
do.
us, I can say people here, we seek for spirituality. You see what I'm saying? So we are decalcifying the pineal gland naturally because we seek for something other than just the mundane stuff. So the
Right.
people that's narcissistic has calcified pineal gland. They can't see past what they want things to be. You know what I'm saying? We as spiritual beings allow things to be what they are, and we just read it and understand it and interpret it for it being what it is. Instead of saying, hold up, this ain't what I wanted to be, so I'm just gonna ignore it. Them are the worst people with the shadow work. You see what I'm saying? We are good people. We actually,
Right. Well,
our
we're
shadow
all,
work is a lifestyle.
it is. But you got to remember that everyone's on a spiritual path. Like it's a part of modern psychology.
Everyone's on their own journey.
Everybody.
Yeah, don't judge. Just
Yes.
be.
Every
Just
single
exist,
person
just continue to be. You
has-
can absolutely use your discernment to find out, what is healthy in your life and what is not. And there are certain energies you don't have to deal with at all.
Yeah.
But
everybody can display a little bit of narcissism. Everybody has narcissistic tendencies to a certain degree.
Yeah.
But
like everybody have mental illness to a certain degree. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, look at what our country was based on. A lot of the other countries were sending all their criminals over here. And
look, there's a reason that there's stuff in the food. There's a reason that they've created
Exactly.
an environment that our pineal glands are
Exactly.
calcified in. This
is the perfect time to be the God. This is the perfect time to be the angelic being.
If people knew how powerful they truly were, they wouldn't need a shepherd. Okay, there are reasons that they keep people calcified, their pineal glands calcified. There are reasons that they keep the environment stressful, that they keep shit
on in the water. Yeah,
you celebrity drama and bullshit. There are reasons for that. They want to keep people dumb because if they wake up to their true power, like I said, they will not need a shepherd. And once that happens, what's going to happen? The people who benefit from keeping us in those positions are not going to benefit anymore, and it's going to be a bad time.
Exactly.
And like the Bible said, thy kingdom come on earth as it is in heaven. If we are united, because listen to this, I'm a what they call black. I wouldn't say Nubian or brown, but what they call African Americans. And I had never been to Africa because I know the indigenous people, David American. I have Creek and Cherokee in me. So I am what they call African American. I know within my soul, I cannot sin and get to heaven if I hate any white person. You see what I'm saying? You see the trick in that?
The thing is, that's just it. They're telling us that we're separated. They're telling it, that if somebody calls you African American, you're not African, you're not American, you're a human. Period.
I tell everybody.
Boom.
I don't care what color
Big
you
facts.
Or where you're from. It does not matter. I look at it now. I'm just going to produce what I've got to produce.
Those labels are just another way to create
spiritual
division. And by keeping us divided and keeping us divided, it's going to keep them in power. That is another situation they have created.
If I get cut or you get cut, either one of us is going to bleed red. And so,
But listen,
I said,
if you understand past lives, I used to be white. I used to be Indian. I used to be what I call Hindu. I used to be Chinese. Past lives used to be everything. You
Right,
see what I'm saying? This is about the soul.
yeah.
exactly. And
And
your
if I
soul
could-
knows what to do. Your soul knows who it is, and your soul will not lead you astray. Your soul is a manifestation of God Himself.
right,
It's
and my soul is I mean, hell bent on making sure that at least 3 or 4 other people eat popcorn with chopsticks, because it really will keep your
Yeah.
hands
make
clean.
a
I mean, it's
commercial
awesome.
about that. Make a commercial about that. Sell
That's
some
funny.
fancy chopsticks. You could, if anybody could, you could sell some fancy chopsticks.
Oh, I could definitely with the kind of woodwork that I've done. I've actually made several pairs of chopsticks, and they're
I meant you could sell that because you're such a Gemini, and you're so communicative, and you're so, you know what I mean? You could like convince people of, like, hey, buy these chopsticks. You'll love them.
oh yeah,
You know?
yeah. They're good for eating popcorn. They're good for eating your soups. They're good for eating chicken chow mein. They're good for eating cheesy poofs. They I mean, and they, just like any other eating instrument or utensil, yeah, they'll keep your hands from
You know,
getting
you
nasty.
country. You said cheesy poof. I thought it was cheesy puff.
Cheesy
so
puff,
country.
cheesy poop. Hey man, listen, anything to keep that orange dust from getting on my hands. And
Yeah.
these days, I try not to eat that kind of crap anyway. One of the areas I've leveled up in my life to learn to love me is learn how to eat natural, proper nutrition, leafy greens, fresh vegetables, and by going to farmers markets and paying local farmers for their stuff,
Farmers
keep it out of
yeah.
and eat real foods, keep the money into local common folk hands, instead of sending it into a big corporation that's selling you crap like cheesy puffs, cheesy poofs, whatever, because it's just don't get me wrong, cheesy puffs are delicious. However, they're terrible for you.
Yes, it is.
Um,
I heard if you move to a different city, I did this once before. If you move, like when I went to California, they said that get the local honey or the bees, you will acclimate yourself, your soul, and your energy to the frequency of the area. You will
And
get
your
less.
Yeah.
Yes.
And your allergies. I try to drink local honey at least once a year because my allergies are picking up.
Yeah. Luckily, here in the South, we've got a vast amount of natural resources that are a little bit more widespread. I mean, there's a lot of rural areas, especially around Alabama. If you've traveled through it, you know what I'm talking about. And Crystal's here in the South, and there's just there is a huge amount of natural beauty and natural resources here, and I know to take care of myself, I've got to, like, I eat popcorn. That's probably I'll go get a hamburger or something every now and then from a place, or if I'm in a pinch, I might stop by and just grab a Whopper or whatever. I'll eat that every now and then, but for the most part, I'm eating. I drink protein shakes in the morning. I usually have protein shakes and some kind of food or whatever at lunch, and then in the evenings, I excuse me. Pardon me, I got choked up there. In the evenings, I usually eat leafy greens with some kind of protein, chicken, steak, maybe put some hard-boiled eggs on a salad or something. But the more you pay attention to what you're putting in your body, the kind of fuel that you're using to do that, it's amazing how much better you will feel. And you're absolutely right about the local honey thing. There are several different farmers around here that are people that raise bees and have beehives. And so I've got local raw honey, and then I've also got another selection of it's raw local honey, but it's the bees are the hives are placed right in the center of the huge fields of wildflowers.
Specialized wildflower honey.
Yeah, man. Oh my God. I didn't think
Yeah,
I would be a
it's
honey
badass.
connoisseur until I ate that
Oh
stuff.
yeah, there's tons of
I
different
frequent
types.
it.
I was a connoisseur for a while because we made mead, and that was something, like Fire Mountain Wildflower was badass for making mead. But yeah, that was something that I learned about then. One thing else I do know about honey is there's a type of honey called Manuka. It only comes from New Zealand. It is actually lab tested because it has these amazing healing properties, and it's just
Is that a stingless bees
check it
honey?
out. It's really expensive though. There's different companies that make it. I found one for like $11 for a small jar, but I was getting it for like 25. The Weatherspoons was like $25 a jar. But I'm not claiming that it cures any diseases, but I'll tell you what, I was drinking that when we were going through the problem, whenever my house got sick. Both times I was the only one drinking.
Pandemic.
And the other people in the house were sick and like basically dying for like 3 weeks. First time I just slept through it. I was like asleep for a week. The second time I wasn't asleep the whole time, but I was tired. But it was less than a week for the second time.
You can also find the same thing in water. I know if you're in Alabama now, you might be able to find it around here. There's a type of natural spring water from Blue Springs. And it's right
Alabama.
Right. It's right at the tip of the Appalachian Mountains, right off of Cheaha State Park and close to Talladega. But that is some of the purest spring water on earth. And they bottle that there, and they end up shipping pallets of that to people all over the planet.
Nice.
But it is some of the purest spring water on the planet. And
they used to have little faucets along the Rocky Mountains and stuff where you could stop and fill bottled water because the water was so pure. But all of a sudden, now there's parasites in the water.
Oh damn!
Right.
When I lived at Astro Valley, all of our water was fed by natural springs, and it encompassed the whole property. This little creek ran around it. There was one area where you could swim, but yeah, it was all spring. I've used to shower in that every day, fresh spring water. Oh my gosh!
And now they want you to be dependent upon that as well, because you get
look, man, they sell you water when it falls from the sky. They bottle it and sell it and put it in tubes and pipes and sell it to you. The shit falls from the sky. Come on, man.
Right. And here's the thing. Not only does it fall from the sky in a pure form, and they do that, and they sell it to you at a price higher than gasoline. Oh, you pay more for bottled water. You pay more for water than you do gasoline in this country. And they've got laws on the books, and you cannot collect rainwater. It's illegal to collect rainwater. Well, where I live, it is.
It is too in my state too.
Yeah,
the one over you can. But here you can't.
They passed it here in Colorado, but I think they've rescinded it now because people had a fit.
Yeah, it's but if it's true though, if you really pay attention to what you put in your body, have a better diet. I mean, this is one of the reasons why I was talking about I've got to quit smoking. It's that is the last vice I have. I gave up everything else, drinking, smoking weed, doing all this other bad stuff for me. And smoking, unfortunately, nicotine is a vice that I've had, unfortunately, since I was a little kid because of my parents and their habits. And I've never been without it. So now that's my last big health challenge and hurdle is to get rid of nicotine. But if you really pay attention to what you're putting in your body, just that act alone of self-care and self-love will raise your vibration. Not to mention, you'll just feel better. You really will.
Did you know that controlling what you put in your body is one of the easiest ways to learn how to control your own energy?
Now,
It's one of the easiest ways to learn discipline as well.
right, and I am not saying don't go enjoy a Big Mac every now and then because, well, for me it wouldn't be a Big Mac. For me it'd be, like every now and then I gotta have Taco Bell. It's delicious. It really is. A little Mexican pizza.
Though.
It is. It's terrible. I mean, they make it with what, powdered meat. I know it's terrible. And let me tell you, and being from here, I know every couple of months or it swings back around and they'll have the McRibs out. I would not touch those things. I can't do it. A McRib sandwich, no, you can kiss the no.
They have proven that praying over your food actually changes the molecular structure.
Mm-hmm.
Boom, big facts.
Well, it's scientifically proven that they can change water just by positive or negative energy in it. I mean, that's
exactly what she's talking about.
Yeah.
Too.
So and you can change the growth of a plant by talking to it, paying attention to it, whatever. I mean, it's a living being. So
just like CC said, you are God. You are God in the flesh, because they said he breathed in yourself. He breathed in you and you became a living soul, like the Bible says. If you ever read the Bible, but at the same time, you can control things. I could say the word Metatron consistently and it will rain. I don't know why. What do Metatron has to do with the rain? If I say Metatron consistently, it will rain.
Well, right now we got a little too much of it here in Alabama, so stop saying it for a couple of weeks.
But listen, I just left LA and LA getting it hard. They got all that rain and they got earthquakes and stuff like the last couple of days and stuff. I'm like, wow, God had me leave at a perfect time.
Yeah. Well, and now with the events going on worldwide, they just moved the doomsday clock up to 90 seconds because of Putin's little stuff. Now that they're going to send in the UN, and the U.S. is deciding to back up the UN with tanks, and Putin throws too much of a temper fit, and he's going to end up putting us into World War III. And so
I think that's the greatest reality show ever. Like.
Ooh, not really.
I'm saying
quite
because
disturbing, and they do that for a reason.
I heard some stuff that I don't know. I don't want to get in all that. I heard some stuff that Putin been dead, and that's just an actor, and you know what I'm saying. Like they actually, I heard it's supposed to be another pandemic in 2025. It's supposed to start in Brazil. And they already acted out like it was actually real, and they got the vaccine and everything ready for it. It's like
the government of Brazil,
just like magical spells, just like magical spells. If you do a magical ritual and you play it out as if it's real, and they are actually doing it, just like acting, just like certain movies. Like, do art imitate life or life imitates art? That is the key to all this manifestation.
Well, and then by the same token, you can, say, well, are you a human having a religious experience, or are you a, spiritual being having a human experience? And, it's two wings of the same bird, that, and if I could definitely see another pandemic rising up out of South America, because the Brazilian government, environmentalists fought hard for God knows how many decades to tell people stop cutting down the rainforest in the Amazon, because the Amazon is the lungs of the earth. The trees there purify up much of the air that circulates around this planet. And so they finally got people to pay attention to that. But now the current government in Brazil has now decided to release a bunch of these restrictions, and so companies are going in and they are just leveling the Amazon rainforest by hundreds of acres a day. And so, but the thing is, it is such a diverse area of life that there's no telling what they're going to release when they end up cutting down all of this stuff. So yeah, if another pandemic came out, it definitely could come from South America, because you're tearing up this huge natural resource that is literally there to filter out the impurities of our own air. And so you get all this negative stuff that gets transformed right there. That's why you have some of the deadliest creatures on earth in that particular rainforest.
See, Ebola came from them cutting down a bunch of trees.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as they cut down a certain forest, everybody started coming down with Ebola.
Exactly. And the trees, they're there to, what they do is they take CO2 out of the air, just natural scientific process. Take CO2 out of the air, the plant converts it into oxygen and then releases it back into the air, right? So you're literally, that's our purification system. That's our air filter. And what does the air filter do? It collects those impurities. And that's why in rainforests and certain forests, you have some of the absolute deadliest creatures on the planet, on dry land anyway.
Yeah.
And so those diseases, what could become a pandemic, if not man-made in the lab, it could definitely come from a place like that. And at the rate that they're cutting that particular forest down, it's a real shame that the current Brazilian government decided to release those restrictions and let companies go in there and attack it again.
Did any of you see the video from Pfizer? One of the top executives was talking about them taking the COVID vaccine and shifting and changing it to suit them so that they can spread it every year and make more money all the time. It's been on the news for 2 days.
Oh yeah, was it leaked? I saw Russell Brand. I didn't get a chance to watch anything about it, but I saw a headline on Russell Brand shit, and he's really good about bringing the real shit to the forefront. I just haven't had time to really dig in, but I figured, if he's like, oh, you know what I mean, that they slipped, and everybody knows now they were hoping for that shit or whatever,
Well, and you'll find a hard time finding resources on things about home remedies and old world remedies for different types of medical, problems.
So we have a holistic health practitioner on Evolve Me. Her name's Jenna Lynn. Samoista Health. And like I said, she had a article or a blog, which is basically an article, that just anybody can write. So she has a blog on like screwbean mesquite and some of it's natural things. And you guys already know I'm about natural medicine. I've been drinking my mushroom coffee every morning. Today I had a turmeric, apple cider vinegar, cardamom, cinnamon, and a little bit of black pepper drink. That was badass. And yeah, I mean, there's medicine. The earth makes the medicine. We just have to look for it. Yeah, they suppress all that shit because, like I said before,
is it okay if I stick with my coffee?
Knew how truly powerful they were, and how connected they were, and how everything is connected. They wouldn't need a shepherd because they wouldn't be sheep.
Right. Well, I'm still going to stick with my coffee.
25 years ago, they tried to take away all natural medicines. There was such an outrage that it was like 10, 20, 30 times the normal outrage that they get over any kind of bill or anything, and they backed off from it. But then the next year, it went in. Europe has made it so that you have to get homeopathic medicine or herbal medicine. You have to have a prescription from a doctor. So they were voted to get into that, but they haven't implemented it here. But they are starting to look at homeopathic medicine, bros. real close and stuff now because people are abusing that. But
Well, but see, for years, publishing companies they wouldn't publish books on the subject. I've got a series of books, the Foxfire books, from way back in the day that talks. It's a whole series of books that covers everything from, canning food, storing food, how to grow it, how to make, old world food that would last, about how to shelter yourself, all these different things, and several of the books talk about foods and medicines, and they stopped printing that book for a long time.
You do realize that the pharmaceutical company would lose billions of dollars if people knew that those medicines were made from plants in the first place.
Yeah.
And then started going out and getting the plants and growing them and then killing themselves and not needing that shit.
Yeah.
No, they keep giving people pills. They keep giving people bullshit. They keep giving people chemicals. They keep poisoning people to keep them stupid and keep them paying. It's a capitalistic society. They don't care about you. The truth is, they don't want you to know the truth. Because if you knew the truth, you wouldn't need them. And then that would make it absolutely...
You know what? I heard it's like a big plan of creating. Humans are already slaves to these so-called extraterrestrial beings. So they put in our societies. That's why it ain't a black and white thing, because a lot of people is controlled by extraterrestrial influence, but we look at that as being evil. So they are putting nanotech in for the food. So they trying to get our bodies acclimated to being an AI, to being an android type of energy. That's why they keep pushing this zombie type thing. Because if you're a human, you have a right of choice and will, but they taking that choice and will away. So you could be actually something other than human, because they say they own the patent of the vaccine. So you put the vaccine in your body, they own your blood. They own your body because they own the vaccine that you put in your body. So at the same time, you are actually not what so-called, if you believe in the Bible said this son or this father begot this son and all this and that. So from all the lines, you are a natural being of the universe. So if they can take that right away and say, hold up, this is something in your blood that makes you not of that natural being.
Right. And you have, a certain amount of control. One of the things you have here is, again, the type of food that you eat, what you put in your body, going to local farmers markets, growing your own vegetable garden or herb garden, raising your own livestock, having your own chickens, and not everybody can afford the room or the space or, have time to do that, because everybody's trying to, money. Well,
exactly. And that's self-limiting. I mean, and that's what they want you to do. They want you to continue trying to struggle and be money, money, and trying to stay in that lack mentality and never, figure out how it really works.
Well,
all right, guys, I gotta go. You guys have a good evening.
Yeah, I'm fixing to jump myself. I'll wait until Miss Casey comes back. She took off there for a moment, but yeah, Ballard, you're exactly right, man. It's have a good one, guys. We have a lot more control. The one of the things I do like about Alabama is there are a huge amount of natural resources here. Farmlands, spring water. I know I've got a natural creek running down by my house, and I know how to distill water if I need to. So, to clean it. And it's not that I'm going to spend the time to do that. But they've turned they've turned us into a push button society that can't do anything for ourselves. And, they've taken away your patience, and they want you to, have that instant gratification. And the fact is that doesn't come in the natural world. So if you're eating better foods, taking care of your body, being healthier, again, that's precisely why I got to quit smoking. But it's just even the cigarettes that I make myself, I buy natural tobacco and inject it into naturally made papers. So there are no chemicals and all the random crap that you buy a pack of Marlboros. They are just loaded with extra nicotine, chemicals, all kinds of stuff. Because there's a big difference between a cigarette that's natural tobacco and then one that you might smoke for them. You shouldn't smoke any of them anyway, but still, it all comes with it all comes with a price. And so as long as you're taking care of yourself, I don't know if you ever heard of grounding, but you should do that.
Yeah.
I know Miss Casey was talking about it earlier. I meditate outside every day. Even I know it's cold here, but it's not that cold. And I'm a grown man. I can deal with a little bit of coldness, but I go outside with my bare feet and put my bare feet on dirt, on earth, on grass, not on poured concrete, not on some rubber mat, not on, 90% of your life is spent. You're in shoes, you're running around on asphalt, you're in cars, you're in a building, you're never touching the earth. You need to touch your feet to the earth. And grounding
Finger in a plant.
It has a huge amount, huge benefits as far as medical benefits are concerned. And then it's all connected. It's all a matter of self-love. How much can you take care of yourself so that then once you've taken care of yourself, you can then provide for others, take care of others, guide others on their path. And the more that people do this over and over and over, the more awake and conscious people will be. And once you get legions, empires of people that are awake, that is what is going to raise the entire level of humanity.
Yeah, because even eating beef is such a dense, heavy energy. It can affect your meditations, everything. It's just, what do you choose to eat?
Well, while that may be true, man, let me tell you, get up here in Birmingham and go to Mr. P's. You get their 2-inch thick cut ribeye, sweet mother of Buddha, that is good. Either that or Wagyu beef. Oh my God. The most expensive.
It's not worth it anymore because it affects my health so bad.
Yeah.
I remember one time I wasn't eating beef for a while, for like over a year or something. And I was at work, and then my old lady, she wanted to eat beef like carne asada and stuff. So I ate lamb at work. And that night I had a dream that a bunch of deers tried to attack me. And I said, oh my God, I ain't gonna eat it no more,
Yeah.
But that was so weird to me that they try to attack me in the dream like I ate one of their children or something. I was like, oh my God, I'm gonna relax. But I don't know why it was deers and lamb is a lamb,
Right.
But
well, it's mainly about moderation. Everything in moderation. You got, as you well know, down here we will deep fry anything, and they got deep fried Oreos now. Oh goodness. I could do a little happy dance getting a couple of those, but I've got to stay away from them because they're not too good for me. But they are delicious, There's a restaurant down the street from me. This lady makes these homemade New York style cheesecakes, and she puts them on a graham crust and everything. When she gets done making them, she freezes them, and they slice it before they freeze it, and then they re-slice it after it's frozen. And they take it out frozen, dip it in a layer of batter and caramel, and then sprinkle pecans all over it and deep fry that. So it is Southern deep fried New York style cheesecake. Oh, Man, that stuff will make your mind explode. It's so delicious. Again, it's terrible for you, but oh my God, it's so good. So you got to find your pleasures in life and just, but you know, it's a matter of moderation there. You're allowed to have fun. You know, the universe wants you to be happy above anything else. It wants you to have the good things in life. It wants you to be satisfied with your life and do things that are enjoyable, because if you take the mindset of spirituality that it is a war on mankind, and you're constantly fighting this battle and you're not enjoying any of life, then you kind of miss the point. Yeah, deep fried pickles too, Jack. Yeah, that with the little onion sauce. You can get that sauce, the crazy sauce. It either comes with the deep fried pickles or the onion rings. Again, both of which are absolutely delicious. You know, Southerners are not just deep frying stuff for the fun of it. It is good.
I watched a video the other day on two guys from the UK. Were sitting down at one little restaurant down there in the South and eating all these comfort foods, and they were just absolutely amazed at how good they were.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It's something about soul food down here. There's some of the best restaurants in the world, and right here in Birmingham. And
you know what's so crazy? I haven't eaten meat since 2019. I'm not a vegan. I'm a vegetarian. You know what I'm saying? I eat cheese and all that stuff. I eat eggs and cake and stuff, but not just raw eggs and stuff like that. But it's so weird because I love meat, and I can think about bacon and my mouth will get watery. I'm not that type to be like, oh, y'all eat what people eat, animals. I ain't with all that. But at the same time, my wife wanted to fast for 7 days with just water. And I said, hold up, let's fast from meat first and then fast on the water.
It's about moderation. Exactly. You're going down the right path, man. I mean, don't get me wrong. I am not a vegan, vegetarian. I'm not allergic to gluten. You know, I'm not. You know,
me either. I grew up.
You know, the only thing a vegetarian, the only thing a vegetarian will kill is a good conversation.
Nah, I'm a vegetarian. We got a good conversation.
You know, I eat meat. I eat chicken or steak. You know, my diet is a mixture of fruits, vegetables, leafy greens, protein-based shakes, which are whey protein and almond milk, and then I'll put natural, fruits and stuff in that. And then in the evenings, I have leafy green salad with certain vegetables, and then some kind of protein to go with it. And I usually, I try to eat fish, chicken, and steak at least once a week.
People ask me, okay,
why are you using almond milk and whey? Are you trying to avoid the dairy? Whey is dairy.
Well, but it's whey protein is it's not as well. For one, it if you're drinking pure milk, it's actually bad for older men, for testosterone production.
Bad for everybody. We're the only mammal that does not wean our kids off of milk.
Right.
Milk is an inflammatory food. Milk is bad for everybody, especially since it's pasteurized. Pasteurized milk to a calf, it will die.
Right. But, well, I use almond milk because it tastes good. I know what it comes from. And then whey protein is, it's scientifically proven. It is good for you it in the form that they give it to you in those shakes. I mean, they've done a lot of research on that. Bodybuilders use it all the time. And so it is really, really good for you. But I try to stay away from like soy. Soy is it's not a bad product. It's got a lot of protein in it, but for guys especially, it's just a standard medical thing. As a guy gets older, you're gonna lose testosterone production, and there are certain things that can kill it and certain foods that can help it. Leafy greens help. You can eat oysters. Stay away from soy and natural dairy products. There's well, not to mention they're just good. I mean, I can get vanilla whey protein, make a shake, and you can make it chocolate if you put cocoa powder in it, or you can have a fruit smoothie with it, put different fruits and berries, bananas, oranges, stuff like that in it. It's just good. But
people be asking me.
Go ahead.
I was saying people be asking me, since you don't eat meat, where do you get your protein from? I tell them my wife. I tell them I get that cosmic protein.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, you do have to have protein to live, but there's there are plenty of different supplements out there that you can have. There's plenty of there are a lot of beans and natural vegetables that have protein in them. You've got avocados. It's one of the best things that you can eat.
Animals get protein from the grass or whatever. Even like tigers and lions and stuff get their protein from the animals that eat the grass. So
and then you've also got creatine. Your body needs that, and you've got creatine, your various different amino acids that your body needs to naturally produce serotonin, melatonin. Because if you don't have those, you're not sleeping right, you're not feeling good, you're not thinking correctly. So there is a need for it to a certain degree, but you don't have to have a ton of it. I mean, I eat meat, but I'm not, I'll usually have one natural protein a day. Whether it's eggs or chicken or beef or venison, even fish, especially fatty fish, stuff like salmon and tuna, things like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jack, you only need 10 to 15 grams of protein a day, but
I'm saying I'm a Scorpio. I was going sexually when I say I get my protein from my wife.
Yeah.
It's the only thing I eat. Yeah. I was being like a Scorpio, yeah.
Don't worry, you're not gonna offend us. You might offend YouTube, but I don't think you're gonna offend anybody here. But yeah, and see, Jack's got he's up there giving his cheese speech with the pizza. See, I love pizza too.
Me too.
I try to not eat it that much though, because I'll use that as a treat. On the weekend I'll have, like I said, I'll go get a burger or go out with a friend. If we go eat somewhere, I'll have whatever at the local restaurants and stuff. And it's all about moderation. But you definitely need to keep it to a level of enjoyment and not, you can't live your life eating cheesy poofs, even if it is with chopsticks.
I eat maybe twice a day, but I don't eat before 11 o'clock a.m. Sometimes I don't even drink no water and stuff. It's just like how my life became. I don't know. I think it's the Buddha energy, because we grow spiritually, and I'm thinking I'm understanding the Buddha way of life more and more because it's just my lifestyle now, and I've been doing it for so.
I try to intake everything early. Like, you can drink water any time of the day; it doesn't really matter. I do drink plenty of just straight water, But I always try to get, shakes, meals, whatever in by like 6:30 or 7 p.m. and then try not to eat anything after that. Now I will slide on that and have popcorn if I'm, watching a movie or something like that. But I try to eat early, and then for the health side of it, especially if you're looking for, muscle tone and things like that, you don't want to eat any carbs like within 6 or 7 hours before you go to bed.
I'm from the South. That's all we eat is carbs.
Yeah, exactly. And carbs are delicious. They are. They're great. They're fantastic. But I try to eat a high protein, low carb diet, low sugar. If I have sugar, I want them to be natural sugars like fruits or honey, stuff like that.
So I was thinking the other day, like crack. People like smoke crack and all that, and they very addictive. And you know what I said to myself? It came to me and said, sugar is more addictive than crack. Try to get people off sugar. Oh my God.
Yeah,
and I was thinking that somebody having a Snickers bar and be like, what you gonna do for this Snickers if the sugar go away? You see what I'm saying? Like sugar, and then it hit me. Sugar is in everything. Like eating certain type of foods and even drinking alcohol has sugar in it. Like it's so much.
That's all
sugar.
alcohol is fermented sugar.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff, chips, potato chips, a lot of stuff has sugar in it. And that's what I mean by we are so addicted to sugar.
Yeah, and certain drinks like that are carb loaded too. I mean, drinking a beer is comparative to eating, like 4 loaves or 4 pieces of loaf bread. It's just like eating bread.
They're from Europe and they eat our bread here, and they say it's too sweet.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. See, sugar's in everything here.
Well,
I think that's addictive. Just to get us addicted. Like when you were saying, like the foods and how you need to like eat right and stuff. It's hard for people to eat right because, I see my family, and then they, like I said, I ain't eat meat since 2019, but I still eat junk food and stuff like that. But it's so hard for people around me to like not eat certain things that they know is harming them.
Oh, I know. Let me tell you, we just got done with the season. I've got only a little bit left until Valentine's is out of the way, because every time I go to the grocery store, there's the little clerk flashing all the fun size candies right in front of me, seductively rubbing the bag. Look at it, JoJo.
Bite. Yes.
You want a Reese cup. I do want a Reese cup. Now put the bag in my cart and leave me alone. You know my weakness, and I hate you for it.
I have started buying some monk fruit. That doesn't seem to bother me like sugar does.
Yeah.
Okay. That's the natural sugar, fruit. I promise you. And it has so much water, like natural water. Like they said that drinking like bottled water and a lot of other waters is harmful to you because your body has so much water. You drink a lot of water, that's why you urinate so much, because your body don't really need it. Right. But fruit is the natural water that you should take. You know what I'm saying? Like they say watermelon is the best source of water. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, wow.
And it does have, but if you're gonna have sugar, that's the best way to have it, because watermelon does have a lot of natural sugars in it as well. But they're natural. And you eat too much watermelon, you're gonna be running the bathroom because you're gonna have to squirt.
Because it cleanses.
I use a certain stevia too. You get it at Costco. That's the only one that I've found that doesn't have a bitter aftertaste.
Mm-hmm.
I actually like that a lot.
Yeah, I when I keep my herb gardens, I usually grow natural stevia, and I'll take 2 or 3 leaves of it and chop it up and put it in tea. And put it in one of those little tea filter things and stick it down in there, and instead of drinking sugar sweetened tea, There's
Yeah.
sugar in everything, but it's again, all of this goes back to the same thing. Are you
Yeah.
taking care of yourself? Are you showing yourself self-love?
Yeah.
Are you enjoying yourself? Of course, you can have a
Yeah.
Snickers or a pizza or
Exactly.
some of Miss Rose's cheesecake, even if it is
Yeah.
deep fried. And yes,
They're
Darlene, I am
abusing
going to eat
themselves.
my popcorn with chopsticks because it's fun and it keeps my hands clean and I don't muck up my guitars, my tarot cards, or any of my drawings with orange dust or buttery, salty. Bleh.
You are so serious. You can't wash your hands, but you just dedicated to not messing
Well,
with.
the thing is, you do have to wash your hands, okay? You do have to be hygienic. At the same
No, but
time,
I'm just saying, you prefer using chopsticks instead of eating with your hands and then washing your hands.
exactly.
You just like, nah, chopsticks is what it is. That is
Yeah,
amazing.
take care of yourself, Jack. But yeah, I do. And plus, like I said, I'm an artist, musician, whatever. So I've got, instruments around me, and I'm a Gemini, so I'm a little bit of a space cadet with ADHD. And so I've got, I'll be sitting here eating something, and usually if I'm eating popcorn, it's a snack food. So I've got it just sitting there doing whatever. I'm gonna stop snacking for a minute. I'm gonna go over here and pick up my guitar. Oh wait, look, ooh, squirrel. There goes the ADHD. Now I'm over here working on a picture. Now I'm over here typing on the computer or doing something. I don't want that stuff all over my keyboard. And yeah, it's easy enough to say, well, why don't you just stop and wash your hands or use a napkin or this or that or the other? Because I'm busy, because my little ADHD mind doesn't think that way. All of a sudden, I'm working on, a thesis about, quantum energy and quantum physics. Then I'm going to go write a song. Then I'm going to go paint a new
Did
picture.
you finish anything? My problem is like, I start something but don't finish. I can, like, back in the day when I was like doing art and stuff.
I do it by list. What I do is, we just had a discussion on this channel not too long ago about this. I make a list of everything that I've got to do and accomplish, right? And I bounce in between. It's hard for me to stay completely focused on things. Artwork is a little bit different. I tend to disappear into that. But with all the stuff that I've got to do during the day, I find that if I break up my routine, I work in like 20 or 30-minute segments, then take a 5-minute break, go do something, go smoke a cigarette, go for a walk, go outside, do something, and then come back, then I'm bouncing back and forth. I'm looking at that list the whole day, and I'm bouncing back and forth to the things that I know have to get done today. And that's how I end up completing it.
Okay.
And making sure it gets done by making sure I stick to that list.
Yeah.
Because that list is what pays my bills.
Yeah.
But I still don't want movie theater popcorn butter on my guitar. I've developed into quite the persnickety artist and creative talent. Can't help it.
I'm an artist too. Yeah.
I've done some paintings too where I've smeared things and stuff with oils or something and then just screwed up everything.
Oh, it'll make you mad, especially if you're almost done with a picture, putting on details and stuff.
I had a painting. My daughter was reminding me this the other day. So my grandkids are well, my kids, all of them have Native American in them, and so I did a painting, and I just knew his totem was a crow. I just knew it. So I was trying to find the right crow to do the painting. I started 3 crows, got about 3/4 of the way through and said, no, this is not it. My daughter freaked out because I would paint over him, start it all over again. No, those are perfect. I said, no, that's not what I want to convey. That's not what I want to convey. That's not what I'm trying to get across. So I ended up doing a raven on a Native American pipe because they're Native American, and then out of the pipe comes the Celtic design for the smoke. And I finally got it, and then I kind of wrote the symbology and everything on it and smeared that on the back. Oh, that's so mad. But it's just getting that right process and just getting it exactly where you want it to get it, you know?
Yeah. And yes, Darlene, I see, you know, I do wash my hands. I am clean, but
Darlene back.
yeah, but I just don't want to have to stop and as much different stuff as I'm doing at once. I don't want to have to stop and wash my hands. You know, I can't just stop and eat popcorn
Yeah.
and then go wash my hands and then come back and do this or that or the other. I'm eating popcorn.
Baby wipes and sitting next to you. Then you don't have to get up and wash them.
But I don't want to do that. I've got chopsticks.
I know.
The chopsticks work.
Yeah.
You know, I'm only touching one end of the chopsticks, and there you go. You know, I
Creative minds.
yeah, I'm trying to think of the most efficient way possible. And don't get me wrong, Darlene, I appreciate your dirty mind. I really, really do.
Yeah.
But that's just a quirk of mine.
Yeah.
Anyway, well, I need to get off here. I gotta
So do I.
get everything together.
I got a dog pacing the floor because she's hungry. Yeah.
Yeah. Casey, you remember the first time I got on? I was pulling cars and stuff, and you was like, "Come on, Lance," and I'm like, "I'm very shy." It took me all this time to come on. So,
Time.
yeah.
Interesting is last week and this week, the guys are stepping up and talking. Usually it's just the ladies talking. So
Yeah, it's a different time.
you know, we've all got knowledge to share. That's the thing. How do you change the world one person at a time?
Yeah, because next time when I come on, we're gonna talk about a whole heap of stuff because I'm like, you know, it's certain things like
Yeah. We're here every Friday night unless I'm down sick.
Yeah, it's like my master teacher told me one time. He say, "What if your future self is coming back in the past to interact with you now to help you become it quicker?"
I swear them down. I did that to myself because back in 1972, I was flying out to meet my future husband in Arizona. He invited me to come down. I was working nights that night. I was cleaning IBM offices, right? And there's a room here, a classroom here, and then there's like a little projector room, and then there's a big room where they had all the different types of computers they sold set up. So I'm down here vacuuming, and I feel somebody watching me. And I turn around and look, and I see something move. I told my boss. He even checked the stairwell, everything. He says, "There's nobody here." I'm on the other side, vacuuming. I feel somebody watching me. I turn around, and there's a 10-foot tall shadow standing there.
Nice.
And it's my boss came up in the elevator, and he went, Psh. Now Jack always says, anything to do with shadows is no good. But I swear to God, it was me going back and telling me not to marry him.
Well, the fact is, you know, we live in the 3D world. The 5D is supposedly the spiritual plane, and then you've got the 4D, which I consider to be time itself. It's already scientifically proven that there are 11 dimensions. Mathematically,
there's more than that, honey.
Well, but still, that basically, when it comes down to, there are 11 different concurrent dimensions. If we only live in 3, but experience number 4 is time, then what are the other 7 filled with? And the fact that we don't know that means that anybody who can sit there and say, well, this or that is supernatural, it's not supernatural. It is superior to our natural knowledge.
Yeah.
and that I think that's what we're all on the quest for is knowledge.
Yeah.
So
I think it's filled with your imagination. The other dimension is filled with your imagination, the potential, the things that already is happening.
Oh, well, if that's the case, then I got that down pat. I mean, I'm a Gemini Sun, Virgo rising. I am the magician. And
I'm
let me tell you,
Scorpio. I'm the magician.
There are certain realms where I can tell you that this particular gorgeous chunk of man candy is just surrounded by bikini teams, a bunch of women dressed in dental floss, and probably
that's going on in the reality.
Yeah, and they're probably bringing me a bunch of deep Southern fried cheesecake as well, and a bag of popcorn with chopsticks.
You know what I heard? I heard that actually, like, if I'm poor, right, and if I want to be a billionaire, it's like, this, like you said, the 3D is so crazy that all potential is played out here on a certain frequency and level that in some reality within this parallel universe or dimensions that you are a billionaire. You must align yourself to that frequency and you become a billionaire. That's the manifestation. It's already going on, because if I walk out the door and make a left instead of a right, it was already predicted that I made a right instead of a left. It's all possibility.
And you have free will to work within the energy. That's sort of what the tarot is about, is to tell you what the energy is so that you can use that knowledge to decide your own path. And that's what people call time shifting or line shifting.
It already exists. Like it's a dimension that exists that I like pink popcorn. You know what I'm saying? I love it. You know what I'm saying? Because look, my master teacher speaks and he tells how he astral traveling in his dreams, and he goes to himself that never left his hometown. He's a farmer and farming on the farm with his daddy. But in this reality, he's a master teacher. So he still go and visit and talk to that person to try to teach him and enlighten him, like, you need to evolve. You know what I'm saying? So that exists. I'm like, wow, like for real, like, what if I never left Alabama and went to LA? You see what I'm saying? It's a reality of me that exists that never left.
Yeah, I often wonder what would have happened to my career if I actually got to leave Alabama. Now I will.
Lance, if you get a chance, do some research on the medicine wheel and look at the 4 directions. Each direction means something. Like south is the innocence and childhood. When you move west, I think it's a lot of introspection and knowing who you are and stuff.
Wow.
When you move back east, it's something also. But I would look up the 4 directions of the medicine wheel and their meanings.
Okay. Thank you. Because I heard north is prosperity, like wealth and stuff.
It's the new beginnings. It's the snow. It's the it's.
Okay, thank you, Casey. Like, that's
so
amazing.
I'm gonna give you guys some homework. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, write down what you want to manifest. Say, okay, let's use money for an example.
That line's not big enough.
Yeah, put down like $1,000. Okay, and then what you want to do is, how would you feel if you get that $1,000?
Yeah.
And what would you do with it?
Yeah.
And then this one, put 2,000 or 5,000, whatever you want, because this is getting past the subconscious mind and being able to manifest the money and stuff. Okay, so again, $5,000. How would you feel if you get it, and what will you do with it? Okay, 3 and 4. So start with 4 of them and see if it manifests. But I was telling them earlier too, there's another one. Ask for a gift from the universe within the next 48 hours and see what comes in for you.
Just something small and random, you know.
It doesn't have to be small. Just ask for a gift from the universe.
You know what I did? Before we get off, I actually thought about an apple because this guy named Neville Garner or whatever was talking about imagination and stuff. And I thought about an apple. I just kept thinking about an apple, thinking about an apple, thinking about an apple. And I talked to somebody, and then they said apple. I was like, why did you say apple? They were like, I just said apple. I said, I was thinking about the apple for the last hour. And you said it. I was like, yo, that was like my confirmation of my mind actually manifesting
Neville
what.
is awesome. Neville and Florence Scovel Shinn and what's the other guy? Alan Watts. They are all
Yeah.
awesome teachers. They very simple teachings, you know.
Yes.
Complicate
And it
everything.
worked.
These are simple teachings. That's what the universe
Yes.
is. Yeah.
Gratitude. I love y'all.
Yeah.
Love you too, brother. Lance, you take care of yourself, man. It was nice talking to you. Miss
Yeah.
Casey.
Yeah, JoJo, I'm about to talk to you again. And you say you're in Birmingham, man. You right up the street.
Yeah. I've got a good buddy of mine is on the radio down there, all throughout middle Alabama, southern Georgia, and Mississippi, and I'll be on podcast soon, so that's
All
right.
right, then, man.
The Mighty Reverend Joe only on ragradio.com. Your source for jackassery and bullshit.
You sound just like me. You should be on hold on. Coast to Coast. You sound like you should be on Coast to Coast.
I did. I had my own radio show for several years, and the gentleman that owned the radio station unfortunately passed away. But
yeah. All right, we need the network, man. We need the network because I need to I understand I just came from LA and I ain't really spread my wings out there because I think LA was like a college for me for 20 years, you know what I'm saying? Now I'm back in the South. Cause I do music, I rap and stuff. I say if I can sing, I sing the blues.
Right.
But you know, I got something to say, you know what I'm saying? Like very spiritual, but very in a way of
keep finding me here. Miss Casey usually does these every Friday night. So
yeah, but
I ain't spending any more time in clubs or bars. I got sick of that.
Yeah, we gotta speak the light.
Yeah.
All right, we ain't trying to hold y'all up. So love, peace,
love,
love
and light. Y'all take care of yourselves. And I will.
Gratitude.
Namaste. I will see. I'll probably talk to y'all sometime in the week or next Friday night.
Okay. Everyone have an awesome week.
Okay.
You too, man.
Peace.
Bye-bye.
Bye.